The purple snake slithered out from its hiding place, its eyes gleaming as it realized its enemy had fallen and its opportunity had arrived. It let out a silent roar, rising amidst the white snow, declaring its presence on the recently concluded battlefield. Its gaze suddenly stopped at 3 medicinal pills on the ground, and a gnawing hunger arose, urging it to devour them all. Instead of eating them immediately, it wisely used its fangs to pick up the medicinal pills, deciding to save them for a life-or-death moment. Suddenly, a pack of wolves with glowing blue eyes appeared from the woods, attracted by the scent of fresh blood in the air. Seeing the wolf pack as a light meal, the purple snake lunged to attack, swinging its tail to send the alpha wolf flying. It plunged its jaws into a wolf, tearing its prey apart in a bloody massacre. After devouring its prey, it realized its hunger was still not satisfied. The craving within it grew even more intense. Without hesitation, it continued the slaughter, smashing other wolves with its powerful tail. Surrounded by the wolf pack, it realized that eliminating them one by one could not extinguish the burning hunger from within. Lying on the corpse of a wolf, it felt confused. The hunger still gnawed unreasonably. It raised its head, its gaze sweeping over the frightened wolves. Realizing they were not what its body truly craved, its gaze turned towards the wounded giant bear. A far superior prey was the reason it disdained the wolf pack. Provoked, the giant bear let out an earth-shattering roar, exuding a terrifying surge of power despite its injuries. The purple snake paused, assessing its opponent and realizing that this wounded bear still possessed strength far beyond its current level. Shuhei lay in the snow, its body trembling from the gnawing hunger and a fierce internal struggle between caution and the desire for power. The giant bear, unaware, continued to tear apart its prey. The severe wound on its forelimb did not diminish its ferocity. Provoked, the giant bear stood upright and let out a defiant roar, while Shuhei recoiled, calculating its chances of victory. The giant bear stomped its foot heavily on the ground, sending snow flying in an overwhelming display of power. Overcoming its fear, Shuhei decided to attack, lunging straight towards the giant bear with a determination to become stronger. Seizing the opportunity, Shuhei plunged its fangs into the giant bear's eyes, fresh blood splattering and staining the white snow red. Attacked at its weak point, the giant bear let out a heaven-shaking roar of pain. The extreme pain caused the giant bear to frantically claw at its own face. Completely disoriented, taking advantage of that moment, Shuhei retreated, but its body was also severely shaken by the bear's resistance. Suddenly, Shuhei's body stiffened from exhaustion. The effects of the power-boosting pill had worn off, causing it to collapse onto the snow, refusing to give up. Shuhei strained itself, trying to use its last bit of energy to recover its body. Despite being blind, the giant bear still sensed its enemy and charged forward frantically, sending snow flying. Despite the pain, Shuhei lunged forward once more, aiming directly for the monster's throat to end the battle. The giant bear, though unable to see, instinctively swung a heaven-shattering blow at Shuhei. Knocked down by the heavy blow, Shuhei was slammed hard onto the snow, its body sustaining a severe injury. Unwavering determination was etched in Shuhei's eyes, a silent vow that it would not give up. Shuhei sank its fangs deep into the giant bear's neck, causing the monster to let out a heaven-shattering roar of pain and fury. In its death throes, the giant bear delivered a heaven-shattering slap, sending Shuhei flying far away. The giant bear collapsed onto the snow, gasping its last breaths with a fatal wound on its neck. Realizing its enemy was not completely dead, Shuhei coiled its body around a large tree trunk, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. With all its remaining strength, Shuhei uprooted the tree and used it like a giant club, striking it directly onto the bear's head. Shuhei cautiously approached the motionless corpse of the giant bear to confirm its victory, but a strange sound made it pause. A ferocious wolf pack charged out from the woods, their greedy eyes fixed on the spoils, forcing Shuhei to brace itself in defense. Surrounded and exhausted, Shuhei made a final decision, its eyes gleaming with a life-or-death recklessness to eliminate all its enemies. Time passed, and the morning sun shone down on the quiet, snowy forest. Amidst a battlefield littered with wolf corpses, Shuhei panted in exhaustion, its body covered in injuries, but safe. To recover, it began tearing a piece of meat from the bear's corpse, always wary of other potential dangers. Shuhei dragged the corpse of a dead man through the snow, collecting more spoils from the chaotic battle. Its gaze suddenly stopped at a strange sight in the distance. Another man lay dead in the snow, guarded by two loyal wolves lying beside him, not moving an inch. Shuhei touched one of the loyal wolves, realizing its body had frozen solid from the cold, but it still hadn't left. A strange feeling arose within Shuhei upon witnessing such absolute loyalty, a clear confusion evident on its face. Dismissing complex thoughts, Shuhei turned away, dragging the corpses through the snow with a determination to survive at all costs. It found a secluded cave, a safe haven to process its spoils. Inside the cave, Shuhei began to devour the corpse of the giant bear, absorbing power from its defeated enemy. It placed an ancient sensor on the corpse. A stream of pure energy was drawn out and flowed into Shuhei's body. The new power caused the spike on Shuhei's tail to emit a brilliant golden light, signaling a profound transformation. The breakthrough process was complete. The spike now radiated a powerful aura. Shuhei felt immense satisfaction, realizing that the greater the risk, the more worthy the reward. An ambitious vision appeared in its mind to become the overlord of this mountain by next spring. 3 months passed. Winter faded, giving way to the lush vitality of spring. Shuhei stretched awake in the cave. Its body was now significantly larger and stronger. With its enhanced senses, it detected the presence of 2 wild boars nearby, deciding to hunt them to test its strength. With the speed of a phantom, Shuhei lunged and took down the male wild boar with a single blow. It paused when it realized the remaining boar was pregnant, and with a newly formed principle, it decided to spare the female. Having decided to rule the mountain sustainably, Shuhei raised its head and looked at the wild boar with a calculating gaze instead of a predatory one. Shuhei was satisfied with its plan, using its tail to arrange animal effigies made of stones and branches as if marking its territory. Realizing that current resources were insufficient for its greater ambitions, Shuhei looked into the distance with determination, then turned and returned to its lair. The scene shifted to an ethereal swamp, where countless snakes slithered in the shimmering night. The darkness of the cave opened into a colossal underground valley. At its center, an ancient divine tree, emitting a brilliant light. Shuhei appeared confused and somewhat embarrassed as a small white snake intimately coiled around it. With a resolute gaze, Shuhei gently pushed the white snake away with its head, a silent refusal indicating its focus on a greater goal. It turned away, its steadfast gaze affirming that it was here, not for primal desires, but for cultivation. Shuhei's gaze was fixed on the glowing snake fruit tree, realizing this was the key to its next evolution. A flood of memories brought it back to a moment 3 years ago, where its old gray snake form was devouring a glowing snake fruit and gaining sentience. Back in reality, Shuhei looked at the ripe fruits on the tree, a bold plan forming in its mind to achieve a breakthrough in power. Meanwhile, at another entrance to the valley, Senior Sister Song and Senior Brother Ding stood before a lightning energy gate, confirming this was indeed the Valley of 1,000 Snakes. Deep in thought, Shuhei suddenly snapped its head up, its ears twitching as it sensed the presence of strangers. Senior Sister Song and Senior Brother Ding had entered. The woman signaled that she had no intention of claiming all the spoils. With a grateful bow, Senior Brother Ding followed Senior Sister Song, both proceeding deeper into the sacred territory. Senior Sister Song carefully applied a snake-repelling medicine onto Senior Brother Ding, who appeared worried about the guardian beasts of this place. With absolute confidence, Senior Sister Song affirmed that their sole target was the Python King, and they would use its bile for medicine. From within the bushes, Shuhei overheard their plan. Anger flared, but it decided not to flee to protect the ripening snake fruits. Its thoughts drifted back to old battles, with the giant bear and the ferocious eel beast it had once faced. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted up, making Shu Hei pause in discomfort. To avoid being discovered and to observe the enemies, Shu Hei dove deep into the water, hoping they would fight among themselves. An unpleasant odor spread throughout the valley, causing another snake to raise its head from the ground in confusion. Song Shiyu and senior brother Ding continued deeper into the valley. She reassured her companion that the python would definitely appear. Right below them, Shu Hei held his breath, observing, sweat pouring down as he listened to the enemy's provocations. The two intruders finally arrived before the snake fruit tree, which was emitting a mystical light, preparing to act. Song Shiyu suddenly raised her hand to signal a halt, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the water to discover Shu Hei's hiding place. Exposed, Shu Hei had no choice but to act, and a giant crack appeared on the ground. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere as a giant creature emerged from the ground, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Shu Hei revealed its true form as a giant python, facing Song Shiyu, who calmly called it Old Black Snake. Shu Hei was stunned, his face filled with surprise at the enemy's composure and the name they had just called him. Song Shiyu and senior brother Ding faced the giant Old Snake King, while in a corner, Shu Hei was shocked to realize he had been mistaken for this monster. Song Shiyu coldly formed a hand seal, summoning a muddy talisman aimed directly at the roaring Old Snake King. The talisman exploded, a thick mass of mud enveloping the Old Snake King's head, attempting to blind and disorient it. From his hiding place, Shu Hei cowered in terror as he witnessed the ferocity of the battle. The Old Snake King tensed its body, its purple eyes glowing with defiance. Undeterred by the recent attack, to increase the pressure, Song Shiyu soared into the air, drawing out a bell-shaped magic treasure. A deafening sound wave emanated from the bell, directly striking the Old Snake King, causing it to roar in pain, giving the opponent no time to recover. Song Shiyu unleashed a volley of sharp energy darts. The darts embedded themselves firmly into the Old Snake King's tough scales, inflicting the first wounds. Song Shiyu examined a scale fragment she had just obtained with admiration, while senior brother Ding prepared to assist in the attack. At the signal, senior brother Ding unleashed wind blade talismans, forming a storm of sharp blades that ravaged the python's body. Witnessing its kin being tortured, Shu Hei struggled fiercely, his eyes torn between fear and the urge to act. His gaze turned towards the unripe snake fruit tree, then back towards the battle, a reckless decision slowly forming. At the same time, taking advantage of the chaos, a man carrying a basket stealthily approached the snake fruit tree, his eyes gleaming with greed. He placed his hand on the tree trunk, beginning to forcefully uproot the treasure, while Shu Hei could only watch in horror from afar. Consumed by rage, Shu Hei lunged at the thief who was attempting to destroy the roots of the snake fruit tree, taking advantage of the battle elsewhere. The thief smugly dug at the roots of the precious tree, believing fortune had smiled upon him. Shu Hei's silent roar echoed, an uncompromising declaration of war against the one who dared to trespass upon its treasure. The thief screamed in terror as a surge of pure energy from Shu Hei enveloped him, to protect the tree at all costs. Shu Hei opened his mouth and swallowed both the thief and the snake fruit tree. Inside Shu Hei's body, the snake fruit tree began to be digested, releasing an enormous surge of energy. Excruciating pain struck. Shu Hei writhed on the ground as the tree's energy exploded within him. Shu Hei spat out a stream of excess energy, trying to release the terrifying pressure tearing through his body. After the pain, a transformation began, the tree's energy merging with Shu Hei, ushering in a new phase of power. Shu Hei looked back. The thief had completely vanished, leaving only the snake fruit tree's energy flowing through his veins. Realizing the danger, Shu Hei quickly fled, determined not to let his gains fall into the hands of others. At the same time, On the nearby battlefield, the giant body of the old Snake King lay motionless, blood staining the water red, standing on the enemy's corpse. Song Shiyu and John Wenjuo breathed a sigh of relief after the battle, preparing to collect their spoils. But when they arrived, only an empty pit and jagged rocks greeted them. Song Shiyu's eyes narrowed dangerously. She realized a third party had snatched the prize right under her nose. Harshly questioned by Song Shiyu, Zhan Wenjuo challenged back, accusing her of trying to turn the tables. Zhan Wenjuo suggested Song Shiyu call out her accomplices, while Xu He, hiding nearby, gloated over their suspicion. Losing patience, Zhan Wenjuo pulled out a teleportation jade pendant, intending to summon his master to arbitrate. A hand suddenly grabbed Zhan Wenju's wrist, preventing him from activating the jade pendant. A stranger with a scar on his nose appeared, holding Zhan Wenjuo tightly and revealing himself to be the senior brother sent to protect Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu asked senior brother Ding if he was the one who took the fruit, but he denied it and explained about a cunning third party. Senior brother Ding's eyes flashed, indicating he was using his abilities to sense and track the thief's traces. Senior brother Ding discovered the thief's footprints, but they mysteriously vanished right before his eyes. Undeterred, senior brother Ding exerted his power, a powerful surge of energy emanating from his body as he declared he would find the thief no matter what. At the same time, underground, Xu He trembled in fear as he sensed the formidable power of his pursuer. Suddenly, a strange scent spread, and Xu He turned back in surprise. The snake fruit tree inside the ground suddenly glowed brightly, signaling that it had fully ripened. On the surface, senior brother Ding also suddenly recognized the familiar scent of ripe snake fruit emanating from underground. Both Song Shiyu and Zhan Wenjuo were stunned as they realized the truth. Without hesitation, Zhan Wenjuo immediately cast a spell, digging through the ground to pursue his target. With glowing eyes, Zhan Wenjuo plunged through the earth, determined to capture the thief. Underground, Xu He desperately tried to swallow the snake fruit, using all his strength to absorb its energy in a bid to find a way to survive. Inside its body, a furnace-shaped magic treasure began operating at full capacity, refining the powerful energy source. Zhan Wenzuo continued to move like a phantom underground, confident in his abilities. At the same time, elsewhere, senior brother Ding calmly raised a finger to taste the air. Beginning his own tracking process, he plunged his hand firmly into the ground, activating a spell to pinpoint the fleeing target. Zhan Wenjuo burst out of the ground, roaring in anger as he realized his prey was nearby. Discovered, Xu He frantically looked up to see the pursuer's bloodshot eyes staring down at him from above. Just then, the furnace inside Xu He's body spewed out a brilliant golden energy stream. The refining process was complete. A terrifying power erupted from within, causing Xu He's body to undergo a violent transformation. Fangs and muscles developing, Zhan Wenjuo was thrown out of his hiding place by an invisible force, unable to react in time. From underground, a large dragon-like creature burst forth and flew up, its power shaking the entire forest. Zhan Wenjuo sprang to his feet, stunned to realize that the prey he had been pursuing was not a cultivator, but a demon beast that had just undergone metamorphosis. In its new form, Xu He tightly held the snake fruit tree in its mouth and immediately flew away to escape. After a moment of astonishment, Zhan Wenjuo regained his composure, determined not to let his prey escape, and chased after it at top speed. Xu He felt the surging power, his eyes gleaming with strong conviction that this time he would escape. Suddenly, senior brother Ding swooped down from above, unleashing a brilliant golden energy ribbon with astonishing power. Xu He was stunned, realizing that his opponent not only possessed power, but also a formidable magic treasure. With glowing red eyes and a silent command, senior brother Ding controlled his magic treasure to attack the prey. The energy ribbon transformed into a rope, hurtling towards Xu He with immense pressure. Xu He was tightly bound by the energy rope, desperately struggling before being completely constricted. It tried to use the newly grown golden scales on its tail to break free, creating a faint spark of resistance. Senior Brother Ding paused for a moment, surprised that the prey could still resist. But the energy rope only tightened, crushing all of Shuhei's desperate efforts. Its tough golden scales proved useless, unable to budge the power of the magic treasure. Seeing Shuhei's futile resistance, the surprise on Senior Brother's face quickly vanished. A smug and disdainful smile appeared on Senior Brother's face. He was certain that the prey was already in his grasp. Cornered, Shuhei focused its entire consciousness, its eyes flashing with a final, resolute gleam. From within Shuhei's body, a solid gold lion entity roared, blocking the energy rope's attack. Even though the attack was blocked, Senior Brother maintained absolute confidence, mocking his opponent's naivety for daring to resist his magic treasure. Shuhei braced itself as Senior Brother's energy rope attempted to attack it from within. Inside Shuhei's body, Senior Brother's magic treasure was being digested. It struggled in pain, but to no avail. Enraged by the loss of his magic treasure, Senior Brother pursued, but Shuhei quickly vanished deep into the cave. Half an hour later, the chase continued in the silence of the dark cave. Senior Brother used the earth escape technique, moving through the ground, determined to capture his prey. Searching every corner, Senior Brother discovered Shuhei hiding ahead, his eyes gleaming with annoyance at the beast's cunning. Losing patience, Senior Brother accelerated, deciding to end the battle quickly to conserve energy. Shuhei noticed that the magic treasure in its belly had weakened, and a bold plan began to form in its mind. Shuhei's thoughts flashed with a brutal scene. It transformed into a giant python, coiling tightly around Senior Brother to eliminate future troubles. A fleeting memory. Shuhei recalled that the close combat strength it possessed was thanks to a special spiritual plant. To lure its opponent closer, Shuhei deliberately slowed down, feigning exhaustion. Believing its prey was out of breath, Senior Brother smugly rushed forward, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to cut open its belly. Senior Brother summoned a sharp wind blade, aiming directly at Shuhei with the intention of capturing it alive. The wind blade struck Shuhei's tough scales but bounced off, creating the opening it had been waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, Shuhei spun around, using all its strength to powerfully whip its tail in counterattack. Senior Brother launched an energy attack from afar, but Shuhei only endured harmless sparks on its tough scales, leaving him stunned. Realizing the attack was ineffective, Senior Brother drew a wavy short sword, his eyes filled with determination for close combat. With a silent roar, Senior Brother poured all his energy into the short sword, his body erupting with a purple aura. Intending to finish the fight, he swung his sword, unleashing a giant python-shaped energy entity that surged directly towards Shuhei in a destructive attack. The attack collided with Shuhei's scales, scattering harmless sparks, leaving not even a scratch. And extreme astonishment was clearly visible on Senior Brother's face. Sweat poured down Senior Brother's forehead. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes, as his ultimate weapon proved completely ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Shuhei lunged to counterattack, the scales on its head flashing menacingly, forcing Senior Brother to raise his sword to parry in a desperate reflex. After the collision, Senior Brother collapsed to the ground, exhausted and horrified. Looking at the shattered short sword in his hand, Shuhei raised its head, its purple eyes glowing with authority, its body emitting an overwhelming aura that made Senior Brother realize he was facing a creature far beyond imagination. Panic set in. Senior Brother turned and fled, channeling his last bit of energy to perform the earth escape technique, attempting to sink into the ground to escape. While hiding underground, Senior Brother suddenly sensed danger from above. He looked up with an expression of extreme horror. Shuhei had anticipated the escape route. It plunged down from a hole in the cave ceiling, blocking Senior Brother's retreat. Something soft, yet incredibly tough, suddenly coiled tightly around Senior Brother, binding him rigidly, unable to move. The image of a giant gray python shedding its skin flashed in Senior Brother's mind. He realized this trap was his opponent's old skin, bound tightly within Shuhei's shed skin. Senior brother could only look up with desperate eyes. Completely subdued, senior brother screamed in horror, realizing he had fallen into Shuhei's calculated trap. From afar, hearing the desperate scream, Song Shiyu and Zhao Shidi were startled, unable to believe what was happening. To block the pursuit, a detonating talisman was activated, creating a fierce wall of fire. Senior brother, his face drained of color, mustered all his strength to flee from the monster he mistook for a young dragon. Realizing the situation was unsalvageable, Zhao Shidi grabbed Song Shiyu, signaling that they must flee immediately to save their lives. Song Shiyu looked back with a resolute expression, agreeing to Zhao Shidi's plan to escape in the opposite direction. Shuhei emerged from the ground, its eyes burning with anger at letting its prey escape, determined not to let him get away. Senior brother ran frantically through a narrow gorge, hoping to shake off the terrifying predator behind him. Suddenly, a sharp barb from Shuhei's old snakeskin pierced through senior brother, trapping him inside. From within the trap, a stream of green venom sprayed directly onto senior brother's face, making him scream in extreme agony. Senior brother and another fellow disciple writhed on the ground, their bodies convulsing as the deadly poison seeped in. In agony, senior brother frantically searched for the antidote, while Shuhei's shadow loomed right behind him. With no other choice, senior brother pulled out his last trump card, a high-grade spiritual jade emitting a brilliant blue light. Gritting his teeth, senior brother channeled energy into the jade, his body enveloped by an aura as he shot away at terrifying speed. Surprised by his opponent's speed, Shuhei made a ruthless decision, using its own tail to extract its most precious golden scale. Not letting its prey escape, Shuhei launched its last golden scale like a deadly arrow. The golden weapon shot forth at terrifying speed, embedding itself directly into the back of the fleeing senior brother. The piercing blow stopped senior brother in his tracks, his face contorted in unimaginable pain. With iron resolve, Shuhei personally extracted the precious scale from its tail, accepting the pain to deliver the finishing blow. The golden scale tore through the water, hurtling straight towards the defenseless senior brother. Senior brother had no chance to dodge as the golden blade embedded itself deep into his body. He collapsed, his life force drained by the brutal attack. In his final moments, senior brother's eyes were filled with panic and disbelief. The energy from the scale exploded from within, shattering his body and extinguishing all hope of survival. Looking at the motionless corpse, Shuhei embraced the pain from its own wound, but then its eyes flashed with suspicion, fearing the enemy might be feigning death. To leave no lingering threat, Shuhei lunged forward, using the sharp barbs on its body to tear senior brother's corpse apart. After confirming the enemy was dead, Shuhei opened its mouth, preparing to swallow the corpse to recover its lost energy. Just then, its eyes paused as it discovered a storage bag next to the corpse. Forgetting about eating, Shuhei immediately shot out 2 streams of energy from its eyes, erasing the former owner's imprint and claiming the bag for itself. Suddenly, a mystical purple energy cloud formed in the air, and an ancient, majestic voice echoed, making Shuhei stare up in astonishment. In his last breath, the old Snake King looked at Shuhei with an unspoken command, his eyes gentle yet resolute. Shuhei's mind reeled, and the vague memories of the old Snake King suddenly became clearer than ever. Reality faded, taking Shuhei back 3 years, to where a sacred snake fruit tree glowed brilliantly in the valley. At that time, Shuhei was just a weak little snake, trembling amidst the brutal life and death struggle of the snake pack for the fruit. Amidst the chaos, the old Snake King appeared, his imposing presence shaking the ground and halting all battles. All the other snakes, including Shuhei, prostrated themselves in extreme fear before their king. But instead of punishing them, the old Snake King gently pushed a precious snake fruit towards the astonished Shuhei. The old Snake King's eyes reflected the image of tiny Shuhei receiving the gift, an act of kindness. in a brutal world. Returning to reality, Shuhei looked at its benefactor's corpse, the pain from memory and the present merging into one. It leaned against a tree, confusion and sorrow rising into an emotion it had never known. The sorrow quickly turned into rage, tears of hatred falling as Shuhei vowed to make the snake catchers pay. It mimicked human rituals, gathering stones to build a simple tomb for the old Snake King. With reverence, Shuhei bowed before the tomb, a solemn farewell to its only protector. It silently gazed at the tomb, finally understanding the legacy of protection the old Snake King had bestowed. Realizing the valley had been discovered by the snake catchers and was no longer safe, Shuhei looked into the distance, preparing for a new journey. Shuhei cautiously observed Song Shiyu's corpse, recognizing her as one of those who had escaped. A greedy thought flashed through Shuhei's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, suspecting it was a trap. A large gray snake slithered forward, beginning to coil around Song Shiyu's corpse. Ignoring all caution, Shuhei's thoughts connected this action to Senior Brother and the old Snake King's death. Realizing a plot was being laid, the gray snake opened its mouth and swallowed the corpse, making Shuhei watch in horror. A terrifying explosion from within tore the gray snake apart, confirming Shuhei's suspicions of a deadly trap. From a high branch, Senior Brother silently observed his results, then swore to avenge his parents and fellow disciples. He bowed before the newly erected grave for his fallen comrades, determined not to let any of his enemies escape justice. To execute the next step of his plan, Senior Brother grabbed a small snake as bait. He stood at the edge of Myriad Snake Valley, awaiting Chen Daoling's arrival. With the snake in hand, Senior Brother prepared to take a reckless action. Using himself to lure the snake pack, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, seemingly sacrificing himself for his plan. A moment later, silence enveloped the cliff area where Senior Brother had fallen. Junior Brother Zhao and their master, Chen Daoling, finally arrived, horrified to see Senior Brother unconscious on the ground. Rage flared on Chen Daoling's face. He roared a vow to skin alive the one who had harmed his disciples. Shuhei looked towards the entrance of his mountain cave, a sense of relief and safety spreading as he returned to his refuge. Inside, Shuhei carefully planted the glowing snake fruit tree, satisfied as he watched its magical light stabilize in its new environment. He turned his attention to the spoils, examining the vials of medicine with determined eyes, seeing them as the key to cultivating his golden scales. Among the items, his gaze fell upon a mysterious book titled Myriad Snake Records, and curiosity surged. As he flipped through the pages, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He had just discovered his true nature as a black yin snake. He focused on the illustration of his slain kin, the grim knowledge that his own power could be exploited, fueling a new resolve to become stronger. Setting the book aside, he picked up a jade slip and infused his consciousness into it. His mind suddenly flooded with knowledge of powerful cultivation arts. A month passed under the silent witness of the forest canopy. Deep underground, Shuhei moved with newfound speed, his body glowing with golden energy as he mastered the earth escape technique. Startling a nearby mole, he combined magic with his physical form, using his newly hardened golden tail to dig through the earth, doubling his underground movement speed. Emerging from the ground, Shuhei felt a gnawing hunger, the immense energy expenditure of his practice, leaving him exhausted but still holding a trump card. To test his offensive power, he launched a blazing fireball towards an unsuspecting pheasant, demonstrating his mastery of a new destructive art. Suddenly, his instincts screamed danger. Hiding behind a fallen log, he discovered giant footprints and realized he was not alone. A giant gray fur beast emerged from behind the trees, its fur flashing with raw blue energy, its demonic aura confirming Shuhei's fear. This was no ordinary wolf. Instead of fleeing, a bold idea formed in Shuhei's mind. He cast the beast-taming spell, intending to subdue this powerful creature and turn it into an ally. Dusk fell upon an ancient village, a dragon-like shadow gliding across the sky as villagers rushed home. The air filled with unease. On the stone steps, villagers gathered, whispering with worried expressions about recent disappearances and the threat of the old black snake. At the doorstep, a shirtless father urged his son to herd the chickens inside, determined not to let them become prey for the monster. The father and son hurried towards the dilapidated temple on the hillside, a sudden chill running down their spines. From the deep shadows of the abandoned temple, two glowing, menacing eyes silently observed. Inside, the giant old black snake lay still, listening to the villagers' fearful whispers. Realizing it was the source of their terror, its purple eyes narrowed in thought, trying to reconcile its fearsome reputation with its own memories. Its thoughts pictured a Taoist priest, the rumored victim, whom it was accused of devouring. The massive body of the old black snake stirred slightly in the darkness, its gray-black scales glinting ominously. It raised its head, its forked tongue flicking out, a silent acknowledgement of its past actions. Memories flooded back. Taking it to the moment, a desperate man screamed, begging for mercy from an unseen force. The man's face contorted in extreme terror. He cried out the mountain god's name in vain. He collapsed to the ground, pleading for a salvation that never came, unaware that the predator was right behind him. The old black snake recalled ending the man's suffering, its massive jaws swallowing him in an act it considered mercy. The memory then shifted to a blonde-haired alchemist, lamenting bitterly over the loss of his spiritual medicine just before he too, faced a similar fate. In a fit of rage, Chen Daoling roared an absolute command, demanding the monster spit out the person he had painstakingly cultivated. The stream of memories brought the old black snake back to the moment it swallowed a man in black, an instinctive act, unaware of the consequences. After that act, a sudden enlightenment exploded in its mind, the wisdom of sages seemingly pouring into the wild creature. The new awareness brought fear, and it fled in panic, pursued by a snake catcher in black. The horror deepened as it witnessed the terrifying power of humans as they jointly attacked a giant flower python. It gradually understood that the power of cultivators continuously advanced through many levels, from initial steps to profound realms. Their nearly limitless power potential became an obsession, an ever-present threat in its new world. Back in reality, the old black snake trembled, realizing its survival was mere luck, and an intense will to survive surged within it. A gnawing hunger pulled it back to reality in the temple, forcing it to seek a new, safer food source. After weighing the risks, it decided to abandon dangerous hunting and aim for a different target. A plan flashed in its mind as it recalled a wealthy family in Chen Family Town raising fat pigs. Its gaze fell upon a mural depicting a human story, prompting it to also acquire an identity of its own, inspired by the folktale. It chose the name Shuhei for itself, a turning point affirming its own existence. The scene shifted to Chen Family Town, a peaceful village at the foot of the mountain, where Shuhei's target awaited. In the darkness, Shuhei's purple eyes glowed as it found the pigsty, ready for its first hunt in its new identity. Under the cover of night, Shuhei slithered into a farm, its purple eyes glowing with hunger, its gaze fixed on the plump pigs sleeping soundly, a lavish feast appearing before its eyes. After confirming the village had fallen silent, Shuhei decided not to hesitate and attacked immediately. It lunged into the sty, using its massive body to pounce on the panicked pigs. A pig squealed desperately, trying to warn in vain. Annoyed by the noise, Shuhei showed its irritation before swallowing its prey to silence it. It continued to swallow another pig, its jaws expanding terrifyingly. Full, Shuhei let out a satisfied burp, but its expression showed a hint of discomfort from overeating. Deciding to rest and digest before dawn, it coiled itself in the middle of the pigsty and fell asleep. An hour later, the silence was broken by angry shouts from outside, signaling a violent act had just concluded. A man, called Big Brother, stood over Chen Fan's corpse and contemptuously declared this death a fitting punishment for offending young Master Chiu. Startled by the noise, Shuhei flinched in alarm as he saw two people dragging a corpse closer. Too afraid of humans, it quickly coiled itself around a wooden pillar to hide, just as Big Brother ordered the corpse thrown into the sty. From its hiding spot, Shuhei held its breath, watching as Chen Fan's corpse was thrown to the ground. And Big Brother mocked that he would become pig food. As the two strangers turned away, the subordinate glanced back with a puzzled expression, wondering why the number of pigs in the sty seemed to have decreased. From the rafters, the old Snake King curiously poked its head out to look at Chen Fan's motionless corpse below, deeming it an ill omen. The snake decided to quietly retreat to avoid trouble. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes snapped open, glowing red with an eerie vitality. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, the old Snake King was frozen in horror. Chen Fan struggled to sit up, coughing violently as life returned to his dead body. An explosion of energy erupted as Chen Fan threw his head back in a mad laugh, declaring the successful rebirth of an immortal entity. He looked down at his hands, his eyes flashing with a vow to avenge those who had harmed this body. Meanwhile, the old Snake King cowered, trying to hide from the attention of the newly revived being. However, Chen Fan suddenly turned, seemingly having sensed its presence. His gaze locked onto the terrified old Snake King on the rafter. Discovered. The old Snake King became completely still, realizing there was no escape. Chen Fan merely glanced at it with disdain, deeming the snake a low-level demon beast not worth bothering with. He sat down, beginning to form hand seals to focus on healing the fatal wounds on his body. An ancient cauldron-shaped artifact appeared, releasing a massive golden dragon energy that enveloped Chen Fan, mistaking that power for an attack. The old Snake King desperately screamed in silence, believing its death was imminent. In its panic, the old Snake King envisioned the horrific scene of being roasted by Chen Fan and rolled into medicine. Amidst the ruins, Chen Fan looked up at the sky with a crazed smile, a silent declaration of his intent to conquer this world. Cornered, the old Snake King lunged to attack, but Chen Fan responded with a heaven-shattering punch. The immense force sent the old Snake King flying, its body convulsing and vomiting the carcass of a pig it had swallowed earlier. The old Snake King raised its head, its purple eyes glowing brightly as it absorbed an invisible energy source from its surroundings. To seize a chance at survival, it swallowed a giant skeleton nearby and then turned to flee. Chen Fan was suddenly enveloped in darkness, realizing he had been swallowed whole by the old Snake King. Inside the slimy stomach wall, Chen Fan merely crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with disdain at the beast's desperate attempt. He clenched his fist, and a surge of energy began to gather, signaling an attack from within. A dazzling column of white light exploded from Chen Fan's fist, tearing through the space inside the snake's stomach. The old Snake King's eyes widened, its pupils contracting in pain and unbelievable astonishment. The giant snake's body swelled grotesquely. It writhed and shrieked as Chen Fan's energy ravaged it from within. Giving its opponent no moment of rest, Chen Fan continued to gather strength, preparing for another attack. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy from the stomach wall enveloped Chen Fan, causing him pain. Amidst the pain, Chen Fan discovered the source of the snake's power, a hovering purple demon core, and his eyes flashed with triumph, while the old Snake King could only watch in horror. Inside Shuhei, Chen Fan reached out towards the glowing purple demon core, his eyes filled with disdain for the monster's weak defense. With a silent roar, he poured all his strength into his hand, determined to crush the enemy's life core. Outside, Shuhei shrieked in pain as it felt its demon core being attacked, the horror of the invading enemy clearly visible in its eyes. The giant snake's body writhed violently, slamming its tail against the ground in a desperate attempt to expel the enemy. Its mouth gaped open in a silent scream, the internal pain tearing its body apart, signaling inevitable death. In its final convulsions, Shuhei collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless against the enemy ravaging it from within. A tear rolled down from the corner of the monster's eye, a belated regret for the wrong decision that led to this tragic end. Its last thought was of a pig, the trivial cause of a fateful battle. Inside the carcass, Chen Fan stood amidst the fleshy walls, surprised as a surge of energy began to pour from the shattered demon core. Unexpectedly, an ancient cauldron, Chen Fan's artifact, automatically appeared out of thin air amidst the fragments of the demon core. Chen Fan reached out, commanding the artifact to return, attempting to retrieve it after its unbidden appearance. However, the cauldron did not obey. It absorbed all the demon core's energy and began to emit a dazzling light. The explosive light was so intense that Chen Fan had to raise his hand to shield his eyes, his body pushed back by an invisible force. From within the light, a brilliant golden energy pillar shot up into the sky. Chen Fan watched in astonishment as his cauldron summoned a colossal golden dragon, a powerful entity far beyond his expectations. Chen Fan looked up, his expression shifting from triumph to horror as his artifact acted beyond his control. From within the artifact, a radiant golden lion entity emerged, its eyes flashing with a powerful gleam, signaling an impending disaster. The golden energy entity exploded into the form of a giant dragon, its power flinging Chen Fan into the air like a discarded puppet. Amidst the destructive light, Chen Fan's body began to disintegrate in a silent scream of agony. Inside the old Snake King, its purple demon core exploded, releasing an uncontrollable surge of energy. The golden energy tore through the old Snake King's massive body from the inside out in a brutal death throe. Chen Fan, the self-proclaimed immortal, screamed in despair as his body was completely consumed by his own power. A spray of blood erupted, marking the end of both adversaries in a blinding flash of light. Dawn broke over the mountaintop, painting the sky red, and a deathly silence enveloped the desolate battlefield. Only the torn carcass of the old Snake King remained, with white butterflies silently fluttering around it like a farewell. Shu Hei's last stream of memories appeared, beginning with the image of a small pig trembling in fear. It recalled its purple tail, a symbol of the strength and identity it once possessed. The scene faded, bringing it back to a moment of loss, where it, tiny, shed tears as the golden lion entity, its power, vanished into nothingness. The memory shifted to a tender moment, when a curious pig affectionately licked its tail. The final image was a peaceful scene, where it curled up asleep among the herd of pigs it had risked its life to protect, a world it would never regain. In the quiet forest, the pigs playfully gnawed on Shu Hei's spiky tail. A piglet even used Shu Hei's tail as a swing, completely unaware of the danger. Startled awake, Shu Hei lashed its tail, flinging the piglet into the air and letting out a silent warning growl. Faced with the serpent's wrath, the pigs panicked and scattered in fright. As its anger subsided, Shu Hei stared at the bleeding bite mark on its tail with annoyance. The painful sensation from the wound made it freeze. Is a horrifying question surfacing in its mind. Why could it still feel pain when it should have been dead? Reality dissolved, and the painful stream of memories brought it back to the moment Chen Fan crushed its demon core, its life source, with his bare hands. In the darkness of the past, its colossal form collapsed before other demon beasts. Helpless, without a demon core to cultivate, the stream of memories was cut short, and Shu Hei returned to reality. Curled up in despair as it faced the truth that it had lost everything, it raised its head, extreme confusion evident on its face as it realized its body was still intact. An inexplicable absurdity, a strange sensation urged it to look inward, and it was horrified to discover Chen Fan's cauldron artifact glowing precisely where its lost demon core had been. It curled up, its mind bewildered by the unbelievable possibility that the enemy's own weapon had replaced its demonic heart and saved its life. Suddenly, a blue energy radiated, allowing it to see through its own body, clearly observing every internal organ at work. Its supernatural vision extended to its surroundings, piercing through nearby trees and pigs, revealing the inner structure of all things. 2 energy antennae sprouted from its head, and Shu Hei held its head high, sensing the world around it with a new perception. Ready for a new life with unforeseen power, Shuhei was startled to realize a strange flow of knowledge pouring into its mind. Reality dissolved, giving way to a cosmic space where Chen Fan's silhouette appeared. A complex cultivation diagram radiating from his body. Shuhei's eyes flashed with extreme astonishment as it realized this was the legacy of its old enemy. A sharp pain shot through its head, and it narrowed its eyes with intense determination to take control of the situation. To heal its wounds, it coiled its body on the ground, attempting to mimic the meditation posture it had just comprehended. The stream of memories brought it back to the image of Chen Fan meditating, and it began to circulate the new energy. Inside its body, the ancient cauldron began to operate, emitting powerful energy rays. Spiritual energy from the surrounding plants was drawn in, gathering into a green current that enveloped Shuhei's body. Under the effect of the energy flow, an open wound on its body quickly closed. It opened its eyes wide, its face radiant with joy, as it felt its body completely recovered and brimming with power. Shuhei coiled around a tree trunk, closing its eyes to enjoy the sensation of power spreading. Realizing this was not just a healing method, it pondered deeply, realizing the furnace had now become its new demon core. After making its decision, it glanced at a pig casually grazing nearby. With a smug gesture, it raised its head, ready for a new journey to become stronger. It darted deep into the forest, determined to find a place to begin its cultivation. A babbling brook flowed over mossy rocks in the quiet forest. Since the day it gained enlightenment, new knowledge about the cultivation systems of humans and demon beasts continuously arose in Shuhei's mind. A diagram of demon beast power levels appeared. From Lingxi, Zuji, Yaodan to Yuan Ying, it realized its current level was only equivalent to the initial Lianqi stage of humans. Its thoughts led it to the vision of powerful ancient demon beasts, creatures it yearned to become, so it would no longer be hunted. With iron determination, Shuhei began to apply its cultivation technique in a secluded cave, energy starting to converge around its body. A brilliant orb of light erupted from its position, illuminating the entire cave. The purification process began, and it grimaced in disgust as impurities were expelled from its body. After the purification, Shuhei's old skin was shed, draped over a tree branch. A week passed, and its sturdy tail slammed powerfully onto the ground, demonstrating a new strength. Shuhei emerged in a more majestic form, with sharper spines, harder scales, and eyes glowing with power. However, an uncomfortable feeling suddenly flashed, and the smugness on its face turned into a puzzled frown. It realized with horror that not only had it not grown, but it had also shrunk miserably. In its tiny form, Shuhei could only helplessly face an ordinary sparrow. Its rage erupted, and it slammed its tiny tail onto the ground in utter helplessness. Shuhei, though small, was still confident in its new strength and speed, testing its swallowing ability by biting a small bird. Inside its body, the furnace magic treasure vibrated violently, accumulating spiritual energy like a new demon core, promising a breakthrough in power. However, Shuhei quickly became exhausted when testing its strength. Realizing the immense energy consumption and hitting its head on a rock while out of control, it realized with frustration that merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not enough to advance further. Its eyes suddenly lit up as it discovered a potential resource, a giant wild boar engrossed in eating watermelon. From within the tall grass, Shuhei observed the wild boar, judging that although the beast was large and dangerous, it was still a viable prey. Judging that the wild boar's intelligence was undeveloped and its strength inferior to its own, Shuhei decided to plan an attack with thorough preparation. It was confident that a sumptuous meal awaited it. It quietly picked up a stone, intending to use it as a weapon to ambush its prey. Shuhei began to slither stealthily through the tall grass, trying to approach the wild boar undetected. When it was close enough, a silly thought suddenly flashed in its mind. Instead of attacking, Shuhei greeted it friendly. startling the giant wild boar, which turned to stare, annoyed. The wild boar let out a terrifying roar of anger, saliva splattering everywhere. Shuhei's confidence vanished in an instant, replaced by extreme terror as it turned and fled from the furiously pursuing beast. The hunt had turned into a desperate escape, as Shuhei realized it was heading towards a dead-end cliff. Cornered, Shuhei stopped, its eyes flashing with determination to fight to the death, realizing that fighting was the only way to survive. With a silent roar, Shuhei exerted its strength, causing the surrounding ground to crack and sending rocks flying into the air to counterattack. The wild boar charged with fiery eyes, unaware that Shuhei had transformed itself into a living projectile, flying straight towards it. The impact created a terrifying destructive force, sending the wild boar's flesh and blood splattering. Shuhei landed on the ground, stunned by the power of its own recent attack. Before its eyes, the giant wild boar lay motionless on its back. A sense of doubt rising in Shuhei's heart at the too-easy victory. Caution resurfaced. Shuhei narrowed its eyes warily, using its tail to pick up a stone, suspecting the prey was feigning death. The probing stone flew, hitting the wild boar's head, but it showed no reaction whatsoever. Finally, Shuhei sighed in relief, sweat pouring as it realized the real danger had passed. But to be absolutely sure, it cautiously approached the corpse, its gaze sharpening. The corpse lay there, eyes glazed over, confirming with certainty that it was completely dead. Shuhei contentedly tore off a piece of meat from the spoils, savoring the taste of victory and power. Suddenly, its contented expression froze, replaced by horror, as it sensed something was wrong from within. A violent spasm forced Shuhei to vomit a stream of blue energy liquid. Before it, a brilliantly glowing orb of pure energy lay on the grass, a Yaodan, revealing the true nature of the prey. Shuhei recoiled in fear from the azure Yaodan, recalling the warning that its raw energy could be fatal. It stared at the orb, its expression conflicted between the desire for power and the helplessness of not knowing how to refine it. An image flashed in Shuhei's mind, a fierce beast instinctively swallowing its prey along with its Yaodan. A spark flashed in Shuhei's eyes as it realized its knowledge primarily came from humans, not from the instincts of beasts. Doubt vanished, replaced by a determined expression as Shuhei concluded that the bodies of demon beasts must be different from humans. With a bold decision, Shuhei opened its mouth wide and lunged towards the Yaodan to swallow it. It laboriously swallowed the massive energy orb into its body. Immediately, a scorching heat spread from within, causing Shuhei's entire body to glow intensely. Inside its body, Shuhei's furnace magic treasure automatically activated, powerfully drawing in the chaotic energy flow from the Yaodan. Pain and excitement were evident on Shuhei's face as the surging energy filled the magic treasure, pushing it to its limits. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Shuhei's body, shaking the entire forest. Amidst the halo of light, the tip of Shuhei's tail began to transform, gleaming with a metallic golden hue. As the light faded, Shuhei realized it had evolved, staring in astonishment at the two new golden scales that had grown on its tail. To test its new power, Shuhei powerfully whipped its transformed tail at a large rock nearby. The rock shattered into pieces, and Shuhei looked at the result with extreme joy and astonishment at its new power. A rustling sound echoed from within the tall grass under the night sky. Hidden behind a tree trunk, Shuhei narrowed its eyes, trying to identify the source of the disturbance. A muscular young man, holding a trident, suddenly appeared towering before Shuhei, making it freeze in terror. In the distance, a watermelon field stretched under the moonlight, seemingly the young man's territory. The young man took an attacking stance, raising his trident high, while Shuhei raised its head, ready for an unwelcome confrontation. Shuhei analyzed the stranger's posture, fear rising as it suspected this might be another cultivator. Shuhei's fear peaked, the image of Chen Fan with glowing red eyes flashing in its mind like a ghost. With a defiant shout, The young man charged, swinging his trident down with the intention of destroying the demon beast. Sensing the deadly danger, Shu Hei's eyes glowed fiercely, and it prepared to dodge the attack. Shu Hei swiftly dodged to the side, causing the young man's powerful thrust to plunge straight into the ground and break the trident shaft. Too terrified by the human strength, Shu Hei turned and fled, deciding not to linger for another second. The young man stood frozen, still holding the broken shaft, staring in astonishment at the fleeing creature. The surprise on the young man's face quickly turned into a radiant smile full of excitement. He joyfully ran towards his house, shouting loudly to inform his father that he had just driven away the snake that had avenged his family. Meanwhile, Shu Hei disappeared deep into the dense forest, its rustling sound gradually fading until it was gone. Shu Hei stopped on the stone steps, sighing in relief when he realized he wasn't being pursued. But a doubt began to creep into his mind. He blamed himself for his cowardice, annoyed that he had panicked before an ordinary boy, and resolved to become stronger. With new resolve, Shu Hei slithered towards a temple on the mountain, considering entering to pray for peace of mind. He approached the temple, believing that this place, where he had gained wisdom, might be his lucky ground. Outside the ancient mountain god temple, insects chirped in the silent night. Inside, Shu Hei faced the majestic mountain god statue, mimicking human gestures, coiling his tail as if bowing in worship. His eyes suddenly lit up when he discovered an altar full of offerings. The aroma of the food made him unable to restrain himself. Despite the curious gaze of a mouse, Shu Hei justified that helping the mountain god eat the offerings would make his prayers more sincere. After eating his fill, Shu Hei looked up at the mountain god statue, beginning his prayer for protection and successful cultivation. Before the empty plates, Shu Hei sincerely bowed, praying for strength to become powerful and survive. A smug, cunning smile appeared on Shu Hei's face. It seemed he had found a new plan. Suddenly, the silence was broken by two figures radiating blue energy appearing outside the door, making Shu Hei realize with horror that he was not alone. A panicked woman rushed into the temple seeking refuge, while a subordinate outside respectfully received orders from Xiaozhu Qiu. Cornered, Shu Hei closed his eyes, a beam of energy shooting from his eyes, allowing him to see through the wall to assess the danger. Through his divine sense, Shu Hei clearly saw the scene outside. Xiaozhu Qiu was cornering the woman, the young girl desperately backing away. With no escape, cornered, Missy held a knife to her throat, preferring death over letting Xiaozhu Qiu achieve his goal. A moment later, Shu Hei and two other men watched in horror as Xiaozhu Qiu's headless corpse lay in a pool of blood. A middle-aged man, Qi Gang, grabbed Missy's hand, realizing that the one who could kill Xiaozhu Qiu was a master he could not afford to offend. With a sinister smile, Qi Gang restrained Missy, his lust evident on his face. He knocked Missy unconscious, her clothes disheveled, leaving her lying on the dirty floor. Rage flared in Qi Gang's eyes as he raised his knife, ready to humiliate Missy even while she was unconscious. Waking up in extreme indignation, Missy screamed Qi Gang's name, the one who had forced her to break off her engagement and killed her lover, Chen Fan. Meanwhile, hidden behind the altar, Shu Hei secretly ate the offerings, only wishing for those humans to leave quickly. Startled, Shu Hei dropped and broke a stone offering, causing a loud noise in the temple's silence. The sudden noise made Qi Gang freeze, while a desperate Missy also looked up towards the source of the sound. Qi Gang stared warily towards the altar, while a glimmer of hope flickered in Missy's eyes as she thought the mountain god had appeared. To escape Qi Gang, Missy rushed towards the mountain god statue, seeking protection from a deity. She knelt, clasping her hands in desperate prayer, placing all her last hope in the inanimate statue. Behind the statue, Shu Hei froze, sweat pouring as he realized he was about to be discovered. Missy's hope vanished as she saw a half-eaten apple core on the statue's shoulder, realizing that no god was here. In a panic, Missy screamed when she saw a strange creature, causing Chu Gang, who was threatening her, to turn back in confusion. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Missy grabbed a glowing object to defend herself. Chu Gang quickly retaliated, using that very object to stab Missy, causing her to collapse. While Shu Hei watched in horror from his hiding spot, Chu Gang's face contorted with extreme rage at the unexpected interruption. Chu Gang's two subordinates rushed in, stunned to see Missy on the floor. While their master roared about an unseen threat, Chu Gang tried to press Missy for answers, but she could only point to the existence of a demon beast in the temple. Realizing he had been disturbed by a hidden creature, Chu Gang ordered his subordinates to search the entire temple, hiding behind the mountain god statue. Shu Hei froze when he heard his enemy identify themselves as members of the snake-catching sect, a name that instilled terror. Chu Gang pointed, ordering his two subordinates, one in red and one in blue, to find the hidden individual. The two subordinates obeyed, beginning to search around the mountain god statue area, striking their wooden clubs on the floor to assert dominance. Cornered, Shu Hei realized that waiting would only lead to death. A desperate decision flashed in his eyes. Abandoning his hiding spot, Shu Hei lunged out, his body transforming into a larger snake, baring its fangs defiantly. The python's shadow enveloped the subordinate, leaving him frozen in terror at the creature that had just appeared. The subordinate in red, despite his fear, roared his determination to kill the snake for merit, while the other hesitated. Chu Gang ordered his subordinates to hold Shu Hei back, while he began to circulate his cultivation, gathering blue energy in his palm for a destructive attack. Chu Gang pointed at Shu Hei, ordering his subordinates to destroy it for a reward, while the two subordinates were sent flying by the python's power to claim credit. The subordinate in blue rushed forward, swinging his club to attack Shu Hei while Chu Gang stood behind, preparing his magic. Realizing there was no retreat, Shu Hei plunged into a life-or-death battle, transforming into a giant python and sending the subordinate in red flying. After the swift attack, Shu Hei paused, a flicker of surprise appearing on his face as he realized his enemies were much weaker than he had thought. The energy gathering in Chu Gang's hand dissipated. He stared blankly at his fallen subordinate with an expression of extreme horror. Before Chu Gang's eyes, Shu Hei's form transformed into a menacing shadow entity, his purple eyes glowing brightly over the subordinate's corpse. Panic overwhelmed him. Chu Gang simultaneously screamed threats of revenge and turned to flee the temple, determined not to let his enemy escape and call for reinforcements. Shu Hei shrank down and pursued at an astonishing speed. Just as Chu Gang was about to escape, Shu Hei transformed back into his giant form, swinging his steel-hard tail to deliver a fatal blow to his head. The battle ended. Shu Hei returned to his small form, dragging Chu Gang's lifeless corpse deep inside the temple. Looking at the enemy's corpse, Shu Hei sighed in relief, a tear rolling down his cheek for having escaped death's door. Suddenly, Shu Hei looked up at the mountain god statue, a superstitious fear rising within him, worried that he had angered the deity. To atone, Shu Hei used all his strength to drag and stack the corpses of Chu Gang and his subordinates before the altar. Shu Hei respectfully bowed before the mountain god statue, offering those who had attacked him as a substitute sacrifice. A sense of enlightenment suddenly dawned. Shu Hei believed this was a test from heaven and bowed in gratitude to the mountain god statue for guiding him. Before Chu Gang's corpse, Shu Hei raised his head and made a vow to the mountain god statue, determined to cultivate. The mountain god statue responded with a seemingly understanding and approving smile. A week later, deep within a cave, a brilliant light flashed from behind the rocks that sealed the entrance. Inside, Shu Hei's body, the furnace, magic treasure, glowed, but the spiritual energy was still sparse, not enough to fill it. Amidst the pile of animal bones, Shu Hei looked dejected, disappointed that his cultivation was stagnant due to a lack of energy from food. A crude cage trap was set up on the grass, but two pigeons calmly walked beside it instead of falling into the trap. disguised with a ring of grass on his head. Shuhei hid in the bushes, his eyes full of annoyance and impatience at his failure. Gnawing hunger made Shuhei drool as he stared at a large watermelon. A thought flashing in his mind. From within the melon field, Shuhei secretly observed the young farmer and his father walking on the dirt road. Shuhei realized this watermelon field belonged to the young man's family, whom he had encountered before. The young farmer suddenly stopped, wiped his sweat, and squinted toward Shuhei's hiding spot, seemingly sensing something. Discovered. Shuhei was startled and panicked, unable to believe that he could be sensed from such a distance. The father sneezed and then called his son. But the young farmer suddenly ran in a different direction, surprising his father. Seeing the young man approaching him, Shuhei panicked, swiftly coiling himself around a large tree trunk to hide. From behind the tree, Shuhei confusedly watched the young farmer place a full basket of fish on the ground and then leave. Not understanding the purpose of this action, Shuhei hid in the bushes, confusedly watching the young farmer leave a basket behind and then quickly run off. From a distance, the young man turned back, cheerfully calling out to Shuhei, implying that the gift in the basket was a repayment. Shuhei cautiously peeked his head out from behind the tree, realizing the basket was full of fresh fish, and his mouth began to water. He stared at the basket of fish, full of suspicion, telling himself not to fall into a trap, but still unable to take his eyes off the plump fish. Unable to resist, Shuhei snatched a fish and swallowed it whole, a blush rising on his cheeks from embarrassment and delight. The unexpected deliciousness dispelled all doubts, and he happily ate one fish after another from the basket. The young man smiled contentedly, seeing his gift accepted, but suddenly, a tall, terrifying figure appeared right behind him. The young man startled and turned around, his face paling with fear as he realized the menacing presence behind him. The strange man, cloaked in black, bent down to look at the boy, his shadow enveloping him menacingly. The strange man coldly inquired about the whereabouts of Old Black Snake, revealing a golden snake-engraved token at his waist. Surrounded by two members of the snake-catching sect, the young man was frightened but firmly shook his head, denying any knowledge. Senior Brother Ding, the group's leader, showed annoyance at the boy's silence, while a subordinate suggested that interrogation was futile. Suddenly, a piercing crow caw echoed from afar. The sudden sound drew the attention of the snake-catching sect group. They turned their backs on the boy and decided to check the nearby cliff. Seizing the opportunity, the young man cast a panicked glance towards the hidden Shuhei, desperately signaling him to flee. John Wenjuo frantically reported to Senior Brother Ding, pointing towards the river with a look that affirmed a monster had just devoured a person. Hearing the news, Senior Brother Ding did not hesitate, leading the charge towards the riverbank to pursue, while the young farm boys stood behind, watching with extreme confusion. Nearby, Shuhei irritably brushed broken eggshell fragments from his head, clearly annoyed by the birds. He slithered away in confusion, not understanding why he was almost discovered and why there were rumors of him eating people. Pushing aside all doubts, Shuhei quickly slithered across the open ground, determined to escape his pursuers. He stopped at the riverbank, looking towards the distant mountains on the other side, identifying them as a safe haven. Realizing winter was approaching and food reserves were gone, Shuhei slithered down to the water's edge, preparing for a risky river crossing. Just as he touched the water's surface, a giant, slick head unexpectedly emerged from the mud, startling Shuhei. A giant eel beast, with a maw full of sharp teeth, roared, splashing water as it lunged out of the water. Shuhei recoiled in horror, his body coiling into a defensive posture against the sudden threat. Diving into the water to observe, Shuhei realized this eel beast was the true culprit who had attacked people in the river, and he was being wrongly accused. He noticed the monster was severely wounded, likely from a battle with the snake-catching sect group, and it was attacking desperately. The eel beast turned, its frantic gaze locking onto Shuhei, seeing him as prey to regain its strength. A glint appeared in Shuhei's eyes as he realized this giant monster could become an abundant food source for winter. However, after assessing the risks, Shuhei decided that hunting such a powerful and wounded foe was too dangerous. He turned and swam away to preserve his life. Shuhei realized in horror that he was about to be swallowed by the eel beast's enormous jaws. Exhausted, Shuhei still frantically slithered along the underwater cliff to escape the persistent predator. Cornered, Shuhei turned back, wrapping his body tightly around the eel beast's head in a desperate counterattack. Purple energy flashed from Shuhei's eyes as he put all his strength into the bite, his sharp fangs sinking deep into the monster's flesh. Shuhei spat out a piece of eel meat with a disgusted expression, but then realized in horror that the space around him was suddenly engulfed in fierce flames. In the cold river, Shuhei frantically writhed in an illogical sea of fire, a mental trap burning his consciousness. The illusion transformed, the eel beast appearing in an even more terrifying form, its jaws like a gate to hell awaiting him. Amidst the panic, Shuhei coiled himself, trying to calm down. Recalling Chen Fan's teachings on facing illusions, he focused his entire consciousness, transforming the surrounding chaos into a mental chessboard to find the illusion's weakness. From within Shuhei's unwavering will, a brilliant golden dragon entity was summoned, charging straight into the illusion to shatter it. The illusion shattered into pieces, and Shuhei rejoiced as he realized he had successfully regained control of his mind. Back in the underwater reality, the eel beast seemed confused for a moment before realizing its prey had escaped its trap. Shuhei realized he was still trapped, his relief quickly turning into despair as there was no escape. The eel beast lunged, using the sharp barb on Shuhei's head to pierce through his body. Blood spread in the water. Shuhei was mortally wounded, helplessly watching the monster, also writhing from the injuries he had inflicted. In the blood-stained water, Shuhei stared at the torn eel beast carcass. Astonished by his own destructive power, he looked down at his tail, with its shimmering golden scales. Skepticism evident on his face as he realized it was the weapon that had brought victory. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Shuhei shook his head, reminding himself to be cautious and not to recklessly rely on luck. On the shore, he dragged the enormous eel beast carcass, preparing to process his spoils. With a pile of butchered monster meat and a glowing red demon core, Shuhei planned for his upcoming cultivation period. While rummaging, he horrifyingly discovered a golden snake-catching sect token. Realizing his enemy had swallowed one of his pursuers, with a solemn expression, Shuhei bowed before the spoils, silently vowing not to let the monster's sacrifice be in vain. He opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow the red demon core, but it was too large for his small body. Helpless, Shuhei took the demon core in his mouth, hastily dragged the pile of monster meat, and fled deep into the mountains. A moment later, Senior Brother Ding arrived at the scene, his gloved hand touching the wound on the eel beast's carcass to analyze it. Along with Zhang Wenjuo, he deduced that Old Black Snake was responsible for this scene, a fact that made both of them wary. The two looked towards the rugged mountains, aware of other dangers, including an iron bear awaiting them ahead. Zhang Wenjuo leaned close to his senior brother, revealing a rumor that Shuhei had swallowed a precious elixir. With greedy eyes, Zhang Wenjuo suggested they secretly hunt Shuhei to seize this golden opportunity for his senior brother. Senior Brother Ding nodded in approval of the plan, but his cautious gaze showed they would not act rashly in the face of potential risks. Looking out at the Golden Mountains, Zhang Wenjuo reassured his senior brother, asserting that the coming winter would be their opportune moment. Senior Brother Ding agreed with a firm nod, his eyes gleaming with calculation as he decided they would make their move when the first snow fell. Meanwhile, Shuhei happily discovered a warm cave, deciding it would be the perfect refuge for him to begin his long cultivation process. 2 months later, the entire mountain was covered in a pristine white blanket of winter snow. Shuhei lay on his straw nest, a little disappointed that the breakthrough process was harder than expected, but then found comfort in seeing 3 more golden scales appear on his tail. He focused his mind, feeling the magic treasure furnace within his body shining brightly, its energy almost full, needing only a final push. However, harsh reality struck when Shu Hei, his body stiff with cold, struggled to drag the last bit of food across the snow, realizing he had run out of resources. Suddenly, a black boot stomped heavily onto the thick snow, signaling the arrival of a stranger. A group of people gathered on the mountain, led by a mysterious man in a straw hat, who offered a reward to mobilize the villagers for the hunt. A professional hunter ordered his 2 hounds, Da Huang and Huang, to begin sniffing for the snake's trail. 2 hired villagers whispered to each other, one advising the other to be careful with their words as they were working for the snake-catching sect. Another villager smiled dreamily, hoping the reward money would be enough to send his son to school. Suddenly, the loyal wolves barked fiercely. They had found their target. Startling their owner with excitement, the group quickly approached an open area with traces of a burnt-out campfire. The hat-wearing leaders signaled for everyone to advance. Inside a dark crevice, Zhu Hei cowered, his heart sinking as he realized he had been discovered at his weakest and most vulnerable moment. The dog handler gleefully pointed at a track in the snow and reported to the hunting leader, who was observing sternly, while Shu Hei trembled with fear inside the cave. The hunting leader dismissed the dog handler's words, pointing out it was a bear's track, which made the latter angrily protest, asserting the accuracy of his hounds. The hunting leader pointed towards a large cave nearby, ordering all the villagers to enter and search. In his hiding place, Shu Hei breathed a sigh of relief, praising his own caution for camouflaging the entrance with rocks, branches, and bear droppings to mislead them. The group of villagers looked skeptical as they stood before the bear cave entrance, while Shu Hei, from his hiding spot, decided to focus on cultivation to recover his energy. At the same time, Senior Brother Ding and Zhan Wenjuo stood right before the camouflaged entrance to Shu Hei's cave, revealing that they had found their target and the villagers were now useless. The hired villagers looked hesitantly into the dark bear cave. 1. Asking the dog handler about the next plan to execute a cruel plan. Zhan Wenjuo volunteered to flush the prey out of the cave, channeling his power to create a strong gust of wind that surged forward. From inside the cave, Shu Hei realized in horror the hunters' intentions. They were plotting to kill their own companions. Shu Hei trembled with fear, realizing the danger came not only from the snake hunters, but also from a bear about to be provoked. A bold thought flashed in Shu Hei's mind: he could use the bear, devour it, to break through in strength, and then fight the snake catchers. Shu Hei immediately dismissed that crazy idea, realizing that confronting such a powerful bear in front of his enemies was tantamount to suicide. Senior Brother Ding looked at Zhan Wenjuo's retreating figure with a smug expression, thinking that just one of the 2 monsters would be enough for one of them to achieve a breakthrough. Zhan Wenjuo reported the completion of the mission, while Shu Hei, sensing an opportunity in the impending chaos, stealthily moved closer to the cave entrance to observe. A terrifying scream echoed from deep within the bear's cave. The cave bear let out an earth-shattering roar. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the intruders. The hired villagers scattered in despair, realizing the deadly trap they had just stepped into. A glimmer of hope appeared as they saw the figures of Senior Brother Ding and Zhan Wenjuo on the cliff, raising their hands for help. From above, Senior Brother Ding looked down at the pleading figures with contempt. An unspoken death sentence delivered. The bitter truth dawned on them. The hired villagers realized they had been deliberately herded to their deaths just to save on rewards. Cornered, one of the hired villagers drew his bow and fired an arrow of defiance towards the betrayers. From his hiding spot, Shu Hei witnessed the chaos, his curious gaze fixed on the magic artifacts and spirit pills scattered on the snow. The scent of the spirit pills wafted out, and Shu Hei couldn't suppress his desire, realizing this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Below, the cave bear continued its massacre, while Senior Brother Ding and Zhan Wenjuo merely watched coldly as their plan unfolded perfectly. The slaughter reached its peak as the cave bear clamped its jaws on a victim, the others already lying motionless on the white snow. After everything ended, Zhang Wenjuo turned to senior brother Ding, completely unaware of the even greater danger right beside him, without a word of warning. Senior brother Ding unleashed a powerful palm strike, the swirling energy kicking up snow all around. Zhang Wenjuo was sent flying backward by the unexpected attack from his own senior brother. His face clearly showing shock, he collapsed onto the snow, becoming the final victim in senior brother Ding's cruel scheme. Amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, the cave bear roared in triumph, unaware that it was merely a pawn in a more ruthless game. The cave bear roared in fury, flinging one of the unfortunate villagers away. Cornered by the bear, senior brother Ding realized he had fallen into Zhang Wenjuo's trap, who stood on the beast's back with a smug expression. From the cliff, Zhang Wenjuo mocked senior brother Ding, declaring that everything now belonged to him. Senior brother Ding's eyes glowed with a deadly red, his target no longer the beast, but the life of the traitor. Cornered, senior brother Ding pulled out a talisman, deciding to use his last resort to turn the tide. A terrifying explosion engulfed the bear in a sea of flames, while Zhang Wenjuo could only utter a gasp of astonishment at his senior brother's madness. The cave bear let out a cry of extreme pain, its body scorched by the power of the talisman, leaving the heavily wounded bear collapsing. Zhang Wenjuo coldly turned and left, deciding not to get further involved in the mess. From his hiding spot, Xu He witnessed the entire event, realizing a heaven-sent opportunity had just opened before him. Xu He's gaze suddenly stopped at a small white snake moving on the snow. No longer hiding, Xu He revealed his combat form, his glowing purple eyes signaling the intervention of a new force. In a lush forest, Xu He faced an azure lunar wolf, a powerful demon beast enveloped in a stream of blue energy. To subdue his opponent, Xu He cast a new spell, an energy golden hoop created to tame demon beasts. The azure lunar wolf let out a challenging roar, unfazed by Xu He's power. The beast-taming ring flew forth and tightened around the azure lunar wolf's neck, beginning the process of subduing the proud demon beast. Under Xu He's invisible power, the azure lunar wolf was forced to the ground with a painful howl. Controlled by the golden hoop around its neck, the azure lunar wolf was pulled toward Xu He irresistibly. To show submission, the azure lunar wolf tremblingly placed its paw on Xu He's tail, following an unspoken command. Following Xu He's instructions, the fierce wolf now had to obediently sit still and then fall over, playing dead. A look of self-satisfaction was evident on Xu He's face as he contemplated the power of his new magic artifact. Xu He jumped onto the azure lunar wolf's back, ordering his new subordinate to begin patrolling. Standing atop the waterfall, Xu He closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to scan the entire ecosystem within his territory. While basking in pride over his plan, Xu He suddenly paused as he detected a familiar scent. A small white snake appeared, and Xu He realized it was a mutated black yin snake. Xu He curiously approached, realizing the white snake was still too young and lacked intelligence. Sensing kinship, the white snake affectionately coiled around Xu He, seeking protection. Xu He turned back, growling angrily at the azure lunar wolf to warn it not to harm the white snake. Confused by the command, the azure lunar wolf tried to bare its teeth in a smile, creating an awkward and frightening grin. Xu He offered a deal, listing the conditions for the azure lunar wolf's freedom, and it nodded in agreement. When the golden hoop was retrieved, the azure lunar wolf immediately showed its loyalty by joyfully rushing towards Xu He. Inside a cave on Iron Bear Mountain, Xu He designated this as the white snake's new dwelling. As its protector, Xu He conveyed his intention to teach the white snake cultivation and ensure its safety, and the white snake obediently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Wanxi Valley, senior brother Ding activated a compass magic artifact to track traces. Standing atop Nanfeng Peak, senior brother Ding listened to Zhang Wenjuo's report about an encounter with a powerful demon beast. Senior Brother Ding dismissed Zhang Wenjuo's words, believing it was merely a demon snake with some intelligence, not a true dragon. Suddenly, the compass in Senior Brother Ding's hand glowed, pointing directly towards a mountain ahead. He realized he had found his target. Senior Brother Ding ordered Zhang Wenjuo to search from two sides of the mountain, and the junior brother immediately obeyed. Sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, signaling the start of a hunt. Entering the damp forest, Zhang Wenjuo stopped, sensing a nearby demonic aura. A monstrous wolf with glowing eyes suddenly appeared, growling menacingly. Before he could react, Zhang Wenjuo was ambushed by a pack of wolves and knocked to the ground. Elsewhere, Senior Brother Ding paused, recognizing Xu Hei's scent lingering on the wolf pack. Facing a lead wolf, Senior Brother Ding growled, his hands beginning to accumulate purple magical energy. His rage erupted, and Senior Brother Ding unleashed a rain of purple lightning bolts upon the wolf pack. A wolf was struck, its body convulsing violently, its eyes rolling back in pain. Senior Brother Ding roared a deadly command, determined not to let the gray wolf escape. Realizing its pursuer was too strong, the wolf frantically dashed through the forest, but despairingly found itself cornered against a cliff. From above, Senior Brother Ding unleashed a thunder seal, a destructive purple energy stream, striking directly down onto the wolf howling in pain. At the same time, in a quiet cave, a distant mournful howl startled Xu Hei awake, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he recognized the presence of the snake catchers. After ordering Snowy to stay and guard the precious snake fruit tree, Xu Hei immediately used Earth and Escape, burrowing deep underground to lure the enemies away from his hiding place. Elsewhere, Senior Brother Ding stood atop the mountain, releasing his spiritual sense as an invisible energy wave sweeping across the forest to search for his target. An invisible clash occurred as the spiritual senses of both sides collided. Xu Hei was startled by being discovered, while Senior Brother Ding smirked triumphantly. To ensure the plan, Senior Brother Ding discreetly activated a communication magic artifact, reporting to his master and receiving instructions to hold back the demon snake at all costs. Noticing the target moving suspiciously slowly, Senior Brother Ding still cautiously pursued, pondering the warning that this demon snake was very skilled at feigning weakness to counterattack. Confident in his strength, Senior Brother Ding mocked Xu Hei from above, claiming that his master was not needed to deal with a low-level demon beast. Xu Hei ignored the provocation, his mind quickly analyzing that although this opponent was weaker than previous ones, his words had inadvertently revealed that reinforcements were on their way. Deciding not to engage directly, Xu Hei suddenly accelerated, his body enveloped in energy, and once again burrowed underground to continue his escape. Surprised by Xu Hei's speed, Senior Brother Ding roared in anger, his hand gathering a powerful purple lightning orb. He unleashed a terrifying lightning explosion onto the ground. But beneath, Xu Hei merely smirked, realizing that his opponent had begun to lose composure. Without hesitation, Senior Brother Ding also used Earth and Escape to plunge underground, determined to pursue and kill him, completely unaware that Xu Hei was leading him into an ancient graveyard. Xu Hei rushed forward with a smug expression, confident that his plan to lure the enemy into a trap was succeeding. Unexpectedly, Xu Hei suddenly turned around and attacked head-on, catching the pursuing Senior Brother Ding off guard. Cornered, Senior Brother Ding roared in anger, unleashing a destructive Lei Yin strike in retaliation. To defend, Xu Hei activated a Jin Dun Fu from his pouch, creating a golden energy shield. The Lei Yin strike collided with the shield, but Senior Brother Ding was astonished to realize his opponent had blocked his attack. In that instant, Senior Brother Ding realized Xu Hei was using a stolen storage pouch, and the lightning energy within it was about to explode. A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground, throwing both Senior Brother Ding and Xu Hei far away. Senior Brother Ding scrambled up from the rubble, relieved to have survived, but then froze as he saw a new threat. From the opposite side, Xu Hei opened his mouth, gathering a blazing fireball. preparing to unleash a decisive strike. In desperation, senior brother Ding hastily raised his life jade pendant, creating a fragile energy barrier. The protection from the life jade pendant was not strong enough, only able to cover a portion of his body, leaving many fatal weak points. Su He unleashed a powerful stream of He Huo, a new kind of power, engulfing senior brother Ding in a sea of black flames. A flood of memories rushed back, taking Xu He to the moment he discovered a rare Di Huo Teng under the gaze of a wolf. After absorbing the spiritual medicine, Su He tested his new power, creating a terrifying fire explosion in the forest. Back in reality, senior brother Ding clutched his arm, blackened by He Huo, while Xu He stared from a distance, ready to claim the spoils. Senior brother Ding rushed to the scene, his face contorted with rage as he looked at the smoldering crater where Xu He was writhing in pain. Realizing the appearance of an overly powerful enemy, Xu He decided he had to flee immediately to save his life. With an urgent expression, senior brother Ding threw a medicinal pill towards his fleeing disciple Mu Lei, signaling him to quickly go and treat his injuries. Watching his disciple, who had lost an arm, senior brother Ding's eyes blazed with fury. He swore to make the beast pay in blood. Senior brother Ding unleashed his Shenshi, a wave of blue energy sweeping through the forest to track Xu He's whereabouts. Hiding behind a tree, Xu He sensed the terrifying killing intent and power of his opponent. Realizing he was being hunted, without hesitation, Xu He gathered his strength, his body enveloped in energy, and plunged straight into the ground, using Duntu to escape. Senior brother Ding paused, his eyes showing surprise as he sensed his target suddenly vanish beneath the ground. Underground, Xu He moved at terrifying speed, determined to shake off his pursuer. The escape was abruptly halted when Xu He slammed into a solid granite wall, the pain leaving him dazed. Cornered underground, Xu He looked up and saw senior brother Ding had caught up, his hand reaching out like a deadly pincer. In that critical moment, Xu He changed direction, bursting through the earth and soaring into the air, heading straight for a steep cliff, not letting his prey escape. Senior brother Ding also burst out of the ground, continuing the chase at undiminished speed. Senior brother Ding suddenly stopped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he noticed something unusual ahead. A terrifying rock slide from the cliff face cascaded down, burying senior brother Ding in shock. Xu He's trap had sprung. Senior brother Ding braced himself, creating a golden energy shield to withstand the torrent of falling rocks. From the cliff, Xu He watched his trap spring, the detonating talismans he had planted destroying the entire mountainside. A colossal pile of rubble now completely buried his pursuer, with smoke and embers still lingering, trapped under tons of rock. Senior brother Ding strained with all his might but could not move the stone prison. Despair began to show on his face. In a fit of rage and desperation, senior brother Ding made a reckless decision, preparing to use a forbidden secret art. A terrifying explosion from within blew away the pile of rocks, releasing a dreadful surge of energy. Senior brother Ding rose from the rubble, his hair now stark white, his entire body emanating a dark and vastly more powerful aura, with power gained at the cost of 20 years of his lifespan. Senior brother Ding gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with extreme hatred. He roared a vow of revenge, then shot into the sky like an arrow of energy, determined to hunt Xu He down to the very end. A vortex of blue energy enveloped senior brother Ding, signifying the Zuji Qi power he had just attained. Sensing the terrifying killing intent rapidly approaching, Xu He froze in fear, sweat pouring down him like rain. Senior brother Ding descended at dizzying speed, extending his hand and casting an invisible spell to seize his fleeing prey. Xu He was lifted into the air by an invisible force, his body held tight, unable to move, standing high above, looking down at his helpless prey. Senior brother Ding was triumphant, while Xu He wept in despair, facing unavoidable death. The moment his enemy let down his guard, Xu He mustered his remaining strength and spat out a shimmering golden scale, his last weapon, sending it directly towards senior brother Ding. Forced into a corner, Shuhei launched a golden scale as his final weapon, and it pierced through the enemy's Zhongli Shu. Senior brother Ding was stunned, unable to believe his defense had been broken by a tiny hidden weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Shuhei plunged into the nearby river to find an escape route, further enraging senior brother Ding. Beneath the water, amidst a school of fish, panic rose in Shuhei's eyes as he realized the enemy's power, forcing him to find a safe haven. He headed towards the ancient Shanshan Temple, a sacred refuge deep within the forest. Without hesitation, senior brother Ding pursued, determined not to let his prey escape. Hiding behind the Shanshan statue, Shuhei held his breath, watching as senior brother Ding stood at the temple entrance, his rage filling the air. Losing all patience, senior brother Ding unleashed a barrage of fire talismans, deciding to flatten the entire temple to force Shuhei out. Amidst the rubble, a mysterious surge of dark energy suddenly erupted, enveloping Shuhei's terrified body. From within the darkness and dust, a colossal, terrifying humanoid entity rose, confronting senior brother Ding directly. Senior brother Ding froze, the confidence on his face shattering into pieces before the inexplicable presence. His survival instincts kicked in, and he unconsciously took a step back, a sign of fear appearing for the first time. Inside the vortex of darkness, Shuhei's eyes widened, reflecting the terrifying transformation occurring within his own body. The shadowy entity stood tall, its oppressive aura making the surrounding air feel thick. Senior brother Ding's face contorted in extreme panic, realizing he had awakened something he should never have touched. Mulei rushed through the forest, calling out enthusiastically to assist his master. Senior brother Ding, instead of rejoicing, heartlessly raised his hand, activating Zhongli Shu to lift the astonished Mulei into the air to create an escape route. Senior brother Ding threw his loyal disciple directly toward Shuhei's shadowy entity. Using him as a living shield, dark energy enveloped Mulei, silencing his cries of pain and betrayal. Seizing that moment, senior brother Ding activated an acceleration talisman, fleeing at terrifying speed. Realizing he was no match, even at a safe distance, a sharp pain suddenly pierced senior brother Ding's chest. His heart contracting violently, he clutched his chest, blood gushing from his mouth, horrified to realize the attack had still reached him. The pain quickly turned into extreme rage. Senior brother Ding gnashed his teeth, hating the enemy who had injured him even after he fled. Returning to the battlefield, the shadowy entity emerged from Mulei's motionless body. Leaving him lying on the desolate ground, Shuhei returned to his small snake form, panting from exhaustion after using such terrifying power, believing he had escaped danger. But then, another dark shadow began to rise from Mulei's very corpse. Terrifying, Shuhei, Mulei's corpse twitched, its head twisting around grotesquely, its eyes lifeless and white, to prevent any possibility of revival. The controlled corpse enveloped itself in destructive black flames, incinerating itself into ash. In the ensuing silence, only the shattered head of the Shanshan statue remained amidst the rubble. Shuhei, believing the god had intervened to save him, clasped his two tails together and bowed respectfully before the temple's ruins. Shuhei stared up in shock at the colossal, shadowy entity he believed to be the Shanshan, while the entity angrily questioned his sincerity. Trembling under the overwhelming power, Shuhei tried to explain himself as the shadowy entity began to dissipate, accusing him of ruining its chance. Shuhei froze in terror as the entity issued a cruel ultimatum: find it a new body, or be cursed to never reincarnate. Faced with the final command to find a young, powerful body, Shuhei could only cower on the ground as the god's form completely vanished. With a determined vow, Shuhei darted into the deep forest to carry out his mission, while a small spirit watched from behind. Tianmo Yudongzai's soul looked on anxiously, realizing it didn't have much time left before completely dissipating without a host. At the same time, Amidst the charred ruins of Mulei's corpse, a small, panicked mouse appeared. A surge of dark energy suddenly rose from the ashes, engulfing the mouse that was desperately trying to escape. Tianmo Yudongze's memories resurfaced after successfully possessing the mouse's body. Annoyed at having to temporarily reside in such a weak form, memories took it back hundreds of years, when its soul had to hide in the Shanshen statue to escape the pursuit of the Taoists. It recalled its first attempt to possess a body, only to be accidentally thwarted by Xu He, who was then a giant snake, by swallowing the target. The memories continued with another failed attempt when it was again defeated by Xu He in the confrontation with the Chu family. Finally, it recalled the moment Ding Shixang destroyed the statue, its last refuge, forcing it to reveal itself in despair. Back in reality, Tianmo Yudongze, in the mouse's body, crossed its arms in annoyance, ordering Xu He to find a good body. Elsewhere in the forest, Xu He sweated anxiously, feeling immense pressure from the demand to capture living people for the Shanshen to choose from. Xu He stared at a completely decomposed skeleton, his expression showing extreme disappointment, as this was not the suitable body he was looking for. Urged by the Shanshen's curse, Xu He rushed off, then suddenly stopped as he sensed movement underground nearby. A giant, gray-furred Yao Lang was frantically digging through the earth and rocks, revealing a buried tomb. The Yao Lang growled, its glowing red eyes emitting a thick demonic killing intent, showcasing its terrifying power. After digging up the tomb, the Yao Lang revealed a stone coffin, inside which was the corpse of a robust man with his eyes covered by cloth. The Yao Lang tilted its head slightly, its red eyes gleaming with scrutiny. Under the moonlight, Xu He confronted the Yao Lang, initially mistaking it for coming to contend for the corpse. Xu He's gaze reflected the image of the Yao Lang, and he suddenly realized it wasn't looking at the corpse, but staring at something else. Xu He was horrified to realize that the Yao Lang's true target was him, or rather, what he was protecting. The Yao Lang lunged with terrifying speed, not to attack Xu He, but to pounce on a small, panicked mouse fleeing. Realizing the mouse was the Shanshen's soul vessel, Xu He immediately acted, his eyes flashing with determination to find a perfect body for his god. To protect the Shanshen, Xu He rushed to block the Yao Lang's path, throwing it against a tree trunk. Xu He immediately cast a spell. A brilliant golden energy ring lit up and tightened around the Yao Lang, completely incapacitating it. Restrained by the magic artifact, the Yao Lang roared in helplessness and anger, while Xu He looked at it with annoyance, ordering it to be silent and follow. Xu He dragged the subdued Yao Lang through the forest, his mouth decisively ordering that it would meet the Shanshen. Tianmo Yudongze, in the mouse's body, paced restlessly, its host body on the verge of collapse. Xu He appeared, causing the mouse containing Tianmo Yudongze's soul to turn with a smug gesture, presenting the gift he had brought back. With a proud expression, Xu He sat on the subdued Yao Lang's shoulder, presenting it before Tianmo Yudongze as a perfect offering. Instead of accepting, Tianmo Yudongze unexpectedly attacked its own mouse body with a destructive surge of energy, leaving Xu He stunned in horror. Tianmo Yudongze's soul escaped from the dead mouse's body, declaring its intention to seize Xu He's body. A vortex of dark energy and lightning formed from the soul, hurtling straight toward Xu He. The demonic energy enveloped Xu He, attempting to tear apart his form in a fierce attack. Within the energy storm, Tianmo Yudongze's soul directly confronted Xu He's consciousness, determined to possess it. The Yao Lang could only watch in confusion as the soul's shadowy tendrils tightly wrapped around Xu He, who was fiercely resisting. Tianmo Yudongze roared in anger, astonished by Xu He's willpower as its attempts at possession repeatedly failed. Amidst the struggle, the Yao Lang suddenly froze, its eyes gleaming as it sensed a familiar demonic aura emanating from the soul. The Yao Lang's eyes flashed with a spark of realization, a buried memory resurfacing as it recognized the true nature of this entity. Tianmo Yudongje's soul noticed the Yao Lang's change and redirected a portion of its energy to attack it. Memories took the Yao Lang back to the moment it unearthed an ancient tomb, standing amidst the corpses and first sensing this type of demonic aura. Back in reality, the Yao Lang let out an angry roar, struggling against the Chun Shou Huan that was tightening around it. In the gloomy forest, Xu He ordered the subdued Yao Lang to stop, but it defiantly refused. In the Yao Lang's body, Tianmo Yudongze looked down at Xu He with fiery eyes, declaring that this body was a good vessel. Xu He was stunned as Tianmo Yudongze unilaterally declared that it would take him as a disciple. With a smug expression, Tianmo Yudongze asserted that becoming its disciple was an honor for Xu He. Xu He was utterly bewildered by the sudden offer, while Tianmo Yudongze extended a wolf paw in invitation. Tianmo Yudongze condescendingly patted Xu He's head, revealing that it had never been the Shan Shan, but merely borrowed the statue for temporary refuge. The harsh truth angered Xu He, who roared, questioning the divine impostor's deception. Tianmo Yudongze scoffed at the idea of retribution, and the image of a ghostly skull engulfed in blue flames briefly appeared, revealing its true nature. Xu He roared back defiantly, defending his swallowing instinct against the enemy's mockery. The scene shifted to a rugged canyon, signaling the start of a new journey to Iron Bear Mountain. Xu He led the way irritably, his discomfort evident on his face as he reluctantly moved forward. Along the way, Xu He turned to confront Tianmo Yudongze, angered by being followed into his territory. Exhausted from the relentless confrontation, Xu He stopped, sweat pouring down as he pondered his dilemma. Suddenly, the loyal Qing Yue Long appeared, carrying a sheep and placing it before Xu He as a gift. Tianmo Yudongze looked at Qing Yue Lang with displeasure, growling to assert its new position in Xu He's hierarchy. Tianmo Yudongze, in its black wolf form, issued a contemptuous command, forcing Qing Yue Lang to humble itself before Xu He. To punish the implied disobedience, Tianmo Yudongze fiercely attacked Qing Yue Lang, despite Xu He's shouts of protest. After subduing Qing Yue Lang, Tianmo Yudongze turned to Xu He, its eyes full of menace, reasserting the absolute authority of a master. Tianmo Yudongze smirked smugly as it tricked Xu He into acknowledging a master-servant relationship, leaving Xu He speechless with indignation. With an authoritarian gesture, Tianmo Yudongze declared it had bestowed a favor upon Xu He, who could only bow his head and accept the harsh reality. Suddenly, Xu He plunged into the water like an arrow to escape. But Tianmo Yudongze merely burst into delighted laughter at his futile attempt. The scene shifted to Xu He's lair, a mystical sanctuary filled with spiritual energy, where a bird-shaped energy entity was glowing brightly. Xu He's discomfort was evident as Tianmo Yudongze curiously approached the storage bag he was guarding like a treasure. Inside the bag were countless spoils, an exquisite alchemy furnace, potion bottles, jade slips, and a glowing blue Ling Shi. Tianmo Yudongze's eyes lit up with greed upon seeing the Ling Shi, making Xu He jump in alarm. Trying to hide its desire, Tianmo Yudongze feigned indifference and turned away. But its constantly wagging tail betrayed its true intentions. Xu He began studying the jade slips on alchemy, realizing their immense potential for future power enhancement. To test his new knowledge, Xu He began practicing Zhongli Shu, lifting a large block of earth and stone into the air. Determined to reach the level of his old enemy, Xu He exerted all his strength, controlling rocks to fly around him in a display of power. The training was interrupted by the return of Qing Yue Lang, which obediently presented a freshly hunted wild boar, making Xu He visibly delighted. Beside Qing Yue Lang, Tianmo Yudongze, in its black wolf form, showed disdain upon seeing Xu He wrapped around the wild boar, implying that this type of food would hinder his cultivation path. With a condescending expression, Tianmo continued to mock Xu He's mundane choice. Xu He weakly raised his head in protest, while Tianmo arrogantly made demands for demon cores and spiritual medicines from its perch on the branch. Shuhei irritably retorted about the scarcity of such items. But Tianmo merely cast a cold glance at Qingyue Lang standing nearby, causing the loyal wolf to droop its ears sadly. To show off, Tianmo held up a glowing storage ring, declaring it would show Shuhei its spoils. Tianmo released a large spiritual bird with green plumage onto the ground, introducing it as a much more superior meal. Panicked by the illicit origin of the prey, Shuhei attempted to escape using earthen escape, but Tianmo confidently stopped him. Tianmo began expertly plucking the spiritual bird's feathers, and Shuhei could only watch, his eyes unable to hide his curiosity and craving. A magical flame erupted from Tianmo's paw, ready to prepare the meal. As the aroma of the roasted spiritual bird spread, Tianmo teased Shuhei, setting the condition that he must use Ling Shi to exchange for food. In a hazy space elsewhere, White Snake, who was peacefully sleeping, slowly opened its eyes, seemingly awakened by a distant scent. Back in reality, despite drooling incessantly, Shuhei still tried to maintain his last shred of dignity, declaring he would rather starve to death. Tianmo mocked Shuhei's stubbornness, greedily flicked his tongue, and declared he would enjoy it all himself. Without hesitation, Tianmo used his claws to tear apart the golden roasted chicken, causing hot juices to splatter onto Shuhei. In just a moment, Tianmo had devoured the chicken, holding up the bare bones as a final provocation. Tianmo Yudangje, in his wolf form, turned away disdainfully, tossing chicken bone scraps toward Shuhei like alms, while Shuhei could only turn his face away, trying to ignore it, but unable to hide his craving. To provoke, Tianmo Yudangze waved a golden roasted chicken leg in front of Shuhei, a provocative invitation that made the snake's annoyance evident on its face. Shuhei's anger erupted. He roared and spat out a black flame orb to show resistance, but Tianmo Yudangze calmly extinguished it, his gaze seeming to appease a sulking child. Shuhei growled in confrontation, questioning the motives of the self-proclaimed master, but Tianmo Yudangje only replied with a condescending reason, implying that trading was inconvenient for his wolf form. Tianmo Yudangje pointed behind him, signaling Shuhei to verify his words himself, causing Shuhei to turn back in astonishment. An image appeared as undeniable proof. Qingyue Lang and White Snake were both roaring, their bodies erupting with energy, showing a remarkable breakthrough in power after eating the chicken's leftovers. Completely convinced, Shuhei used his tail to wrap around a large spirit stone offered to him, accepting the exchange, while Tianmo Yudangze extended a smaller spirit stone to complete the deal. Without hesitation, Shuhei swallowed the spiritual chicken beast, his entire body trembling as a warm and powerful energy began to spread. Inside Shuhei's body, the furnace magic treasure began to spin at dizzying speed, absorbing and refining the enormous energy from the spiritual beast. As power surged to its peak, Shuhei tilted his head back and let out a sky-shattering roar, a stream of pure energy shooting from his mouth, marking the opening of a new realm. After the outburst, Shuhei let out a contented burp, his face flushed with satisfaction from the power he had just gained. The scene shifted to Shuhei's lair, a sacred place with an ancient tree emitting mystical light. Shuhei floated in midair, immersed in deep cultivation, his body enveloped by a purple energy sphere, and new golden scales began to appear on his tail. Back in the forest, Tianmo Yudangje silently observed Shuhei, Qingyue Lang, and White Snake immersed in cultivation, a subtle smile appearing on his wolf face. Tianmo Yudangje turned to ask Shuhei about the chicken's effectiveness and received a satisfied nod, a silent acknowledgement of his guiding role. Tianmo Yudangze, in his wolf form, offered Shuhei a hunting collaboration, promising a great power reward. To persuade, Tianmo Yudangje shrunk down, playfully rolling around with a spirit stone, mocking Shuhei's hesitation. Shuhei firmly refused. Memories of a time he was nearly killed by a ferocious wild boar flooding his mind. Rejected. Tianmo Yudangje roared a provocative challenge, mocking Shuhei's cowardice. After some coaxing and reassurance, Tianmo Yudongzi finally convinced Shuhei, who reluctantly agreed on the condition of not being called a disciple. Along the way, Shuhei introduced his name, while Tianmo Yudongzi appeared condescending, commenting on the name to assert his status. Tianmo Yudongzi arrogantly bestowed upon himself the title of Heidi. Shuhei immediately retorted, mocking him back with another name, sparking a childish quarrel. The debate over names continued humorously, as each of Tianmo Yudongzi's suggestions was twisted by Shuhei into a silly nickname. As they entered an area with ancient architectural structures, Tianmo Yudongzi began to impart his knowledge. Standing on a high rock outcrop, Tianmo Yudongzi began to explain the world's power structure to Shuhei. An energy map appeared in midair, showing 5 major forces governing the land. Astonishing Shuhei asked about their target, and Tianmo Yudongzi revealed it was a small sect under the governance of one of the major forces. Hearing that the opponent had high cultivation, Shuhei panicked and tried to flee, but was immediately bitten on the tail by Tianmo Yudongzi and dragged away mercilessly. Tianmo Yudongzi pointed to a temple on the mountainside ahead, revealing it was where the plump prey was, turning Shuhei's fear into curiosity. Shuhei was astonished by a large flock of strange birds, while Tianmo Yudongzi, in wolf form, gave a challenging look. Provoked, Shuhei resolutely accepted the challenge, his eyes flashing with confidence. He tried to use his divine sense to probe, but an invisible force from the flock of birds repelled his energy, leaving him bewildered. Seeing Shuhei's intention to retreat, Tianmo Yudongzi gestured not to give up, while Shuhei stubbornly insisted he could break through that defensive barrier. With a smug gesture, Tianmo Yudongzi presented a packet of magical powder, piquing Shuhei's curiosity. Tianmo Yudongzi explained with gestures that this powder was the key to penetrating the bird's energy shield. Next, he threw out plump worms, revealing them to be irresistible bait for the birds. As expected, a bird was immediately drawn to the worm, its eyes fixed on the delicious bait. Tianmo Yudongzi signaled Shuhei to ambush together, outlining a plan for a swift attack and immediate escape. From underground, 2 dark figures with fiery eyes awaited their chance as an unsuspecting bird swooped down to eat the bait. At the signal, Shuhei burst from the ground, using his body to tightly coil around a bird amidst the flock's panic. At the same time, Tianmo Yudongzi also pounced on another prey, easily suppressing its resistance. Mission accomplished. Shuhei immediately used Earthen Escape to disappear. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianmo Yudongzi, with the spoils in his mouth, also quickly flew away from the chaotic scene. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Elder Zhu Shu of Xiaoyao sect looked up at the sky, his face hardening as he realized someone had dared to steal the sect's spiritual beasts. While fleeing, Shuhei frantically urged Tianmo Yudongzi, who was holding a Lingwei Ji in his mouth, to go faster. From afar, Elder Zhu Shu of Xiaoyao sect realized his flock of chickens had been stolen, and his eyes hardened with anger. Tianmo Yudongzi signaled Shuhei to calm down, appearing confident that he had an escape plan. To split up, Tianmo began using Earthen Escape while Shuhei soared into the air. Zhu Shu immediately cast a spell, a stream of energy radiating from his hand towards the fleeing culprits. Tianmo's Earthen Escape attempt failed miserably, as the ground beneath him suddenly hardened like rock, blocking his retreat. Blocked. Tianmo stumped his foot on the ground in frustration, his initial plan having been thwarted. Witnessing his opponent trapped, Zhu Shu narrowed his eyes confidently, believing he had secured victory. With no way out, Tianmo roared, his body transforming into a giant wolf. Deciding to run to break through the encirclement, Zhu Shu did not hesitate, rushing forward at terrifying speed to pursue the demon beast that had just changed tactics. To shake off his pursuer, Tianmo activated a talisman, his body enveloped in a green energy current, and sped away like the wind. From a safe spot, Shuhei hid behind a tree, sighing in relief as he saw Tianmo had successfully diverted Zhu Shu. Xu He found a secluded cave, a perfect refuge to process his spoils. Inside the cave, he proudly gazed at the results of his hunt. A pile of Lingweiji scattered on the ground. With a satisfied expression and sparkling eyes, Xu He began to roast a chicken, eagerly anticipating the upcoming power breakthrough. Xu He looked at the burnt chicken in his hand with extreme disappointment at his own clumsiness. With a dejected expression, Xu He glided down into a ravine, just as Tianmo Yudangzhe appeared from below with fiery, questioning eyes. Tianmo Yudangzhe angrily plopped onto the ground, stomping his foot on the rock floor to vent his frustration. Believing their efforts had been wasted, to appease his wrath, Xu He hastily offered 2 intact Lingweiji as an explanation. Xu He seriously proposed dividing the spoils according to their initial agreement. Asserting his honesty, Tianmo Yudangzhe burst out laughing at Xu He's naivety, a mischievous glint in his eyes, confidently taking the burnt chicken. Tianmo Yudangzhe ordered Xu He to lend him his tail so he could salvage the meal. Under his guidance, Xu He's sharp tail moved at dizzying speed, perfectly slicing vegetables and fruits. A giant pot of soup began to boil vigorously, containing a whole Lingweiji and prepared vegetables. Tianmo Yudangzhe stood stirring the pot like a chef, while Xu He obediently used magic to create a large stream of water to pour in. As the aroma of the nourishing stew spread, Tianmo Yudangzhe looked at the result with pride, while Xu He couldn't help but drool. Tianmo Yudangzhe used magic to lift both the stewed chicken and soup for Xu He, who was devouring it with an open mouth. After the hearty meal, both lay sprawled on the ground, their bellies full and faces utterly satisfied. Tianmo Yudangzhe, chewing on a blade of grass, looked at the sleeping Xu He with a smug gaze, secretly pleased that he had tricked the naive one. Immediately after, Xu He sat up, summoning his furnace magic treasure to begin refining the abundant energy he had just absorbed. Xu He coiled up, releasing a fierce purple energy stream in an attempt to break through his cultivation realm. The energy suddenly shattered, and Xu He looked panicked and confused as his first attempt failed. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhu He tensed up, summoning power from the furnace artifact within his body to try again. After another failure, Xu He collapsed in despair, just as the heavenly demon wanderer, in the body of the demon wolf, approached to intervene. The heavenly demon wanderer used a foreleg to smash the nearby stone mortar, which contained the remnants from a previous meal. With a powerful gesture, he used blue water element magic to gather all the remnants into a single mass. Magical flames erupted from thin air, melting the mass of remnants, refining them into a single glowing elixir. The heavenly demon wanderer offered the elixir to Xu He, making a silent suggestion for him to try again. Xu He swallowed the elixir, and immediately, a brilliant golden energy burst from his body, signaling a successful breakthrough. 10 days later, a massive explosion shook the cliff face, marking the end of the secluded cultivation process. Inside the cave, the heavenly demon wanderer looked at Xu He with satisfaction, who had just finished consolidating his new realm. Both of them left the cultivation site together, traversing through the dense forest. Xu He's thoughts surfaced. He realized that despite the breakthrough, his physical progress was still limited and not as expected. Suddenly, both Xu He and the heavenly demon wanderer paused, their eyes simultaneously fixed on a distant point with vigilance. On the horizon, a colossal column of black smoke rose from a fierce fire that was engulfing an entire forest area. The heavenly demon wanderer, in the body of the demon wolf, tried to stop Xu He, who was indifferently heading into the forest fire, warning him of an unusual danger. The heavenly demon wanderer roared in anger, demanding Xu He to remain calm in the face of the disaster, watching the sea of flames consume his territory. The heavenly demon wanderer cried out in despair, the pain of losing his home evident on his face. Elsewhere, Chen Daoling and senior brother Ding stood watching the fire, revealing their cruel plan to burn down a snake demon's lair to refine elixirs. Chen Daoling explained the larger plan to his disciple to use this incident for the snake-catching sect to establish a branch and expand its influence in the area. Senior brother Ding was curious about the elder's intervention and learned that a powerful figure was investigating the matter. At the same time, an expert named Xuan Yangzi was surveying the land, meticulously assessing the potential of each area amidst the sea of fire. The ferocious flames continued to spread, turning the entire forest into a living hell. Trapped in the sea of fire, the azure lunar wolf, in the form of a small white wolf, howled in pain from its injuries. Xu He was horrified to realize that his friends, White Snake and Azure Lunar Wolf, were surrounded by the flames. To clear a path, Xu He used his strength to uproot the giant burning tree roots. He threw out a protective talisman, creating a temporary safe passage for his friends. Xu He signaled for the Azure Lunar Wolf and White Snake to follow him, determined to protect them at all costs. He summoned water orbs, a desperate attempt to extinguish the demonic flames. But the terrifying heat of the fire caused the water orbs to evaporate instantly, rendering Xu He's efforts futile. Xu He and the demon wolf stood on a scorched rock outcrop, exhausted amidst the sea of fire. Xu He, appearing indifferent to his companion's warning, the demon wolf pointed at the scale of the fire, trying to convince Xu He that this was a deliberate attack, not an accident. The truth about the snake-catching sect's plot to seize the mountain ignited in Xu He's mind, turning his indifference into rage. Driven by anger, Xu He transformed into a larger python, roaring a vow of revenge. With the demon wolf also in a ready-to-fight stance beside him, Xu He's eyes glowed with purple light as he sensed a powerful and unfamiliar presence ahead. Amidst the sea of fire, Agi 888M, a cultivator clone, appeared, calm in demeanor, holding a scroll, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xu He and the demon wolf quickly hid themselves on a tree branch, cautiously observing the new enemy from above. Realizing the opponent's superior strength, Xu He immediately cast an earth and escape spell to flee, causing the demon wolf to show annoyance at such cowardice. The demon wolf explained to Xu He the formidable power of the cultivator clone hovering over the sea of fire, forcing him to realize that fleeing was futile. The cultivator clone glanced slightly, a confident smile flashing across his lips as he sensed their presence. Without hesitation, the cultivator clone swooped down from the sky, heading straight for Xu He and the demon wolf's hiding spot. Faced with the imminent threat, the demon wolf quickly took out a concealment talisman and placed it on Xu He, a faint energy shield enveloping both of them. The cultivator clone landed on the ground, just a few steps from their hiding spot, and began to carefully probe the surroundings. Xu He and the demon wolf held their breath, motionless under the talisman's effect, while the cultivator clone looked suspicious, his gaze sweeping over their position. To force the enemy out, the cultivator clone unleashed a terrifying palm strike at a nearby rock, the fierce shockwave severely shaking Xu He and the demon wolf. While hidden, Xu He frantically turned to question the demon wolf, who appeared confused by the sudden turn of events. From behind, the cultivator clone looked down into an empty crevice, his face bewildered as he wondered if he had been deceived by an illusion. From below, Xu He and the demon wolf breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the cultivator clone fly away. But Xu He immediately conceived a bold idea. The demon wolf, with fiery eyes, growled, persuading Xu He about an attack plan, pointing out the clone's weaknesses to boost his companion's confidence. Xu He lay flat on the ground, his lifeless eyes looking up at the demon wolf, who had now transformed into a tiny creature, sitting high above and continuing to provoke him. The demon wolf swooped down, pinning Xu He to the ground with its paw, growling angrily to force him to face the truth. Provoked, Xu He lifted his head, his eyes flashing with anger, but still hesitant about the plan's extremely low success rate. To show his resolve, Xu He turned around and pulled out golden scales from his tail, offering them as a pledge, which made the demon wolf extremely eager. Xu He sternly instructed the Azure Lunar Wolf and White Snake, ordering them to retreat to another mountain for concealment and to preserve their strength. Before White Snake left, the demon wolf bestowed upon it a stream of purple magical energy as a farewell gift. The cultivator clone hovered over a vast valley, self-satisfied with the easy completion of his mission. Suddenly, a purple energy barrier appeared directly in front of him, causing the cultivator clone to halt, his expression shifting from self-satisfaction to surprise. With a contemptuous flick of his hand, the cultivator clone activated a talisman, causing a fierce explosion to force the enemy to reveal themselves. After the explosion subsided with no sign of the enemy, the cultivator clone roared in anger, his body erupting with blue energy as he unleashed an invisible attack. The demon wolf was suddenly seized by an invisible force and lifted into the air in a completely helpless posture, controlled by the cultivator clone's spell. Controlled by the cultivator clone, the heavenly demon wanderer, in the guise of the demon wolf, merely curled his lip into a defiant sneer. Unexpectedly, a fierce purple energy explosion erupted from the ground, blasting the cultivator clone into the air in astonishment. Mid-air, the cultivator clone realized he had fallen into an illusion and immediately pulled out a communication talisman to send a warning. But before he could act, a terrifying purple phantom entity with glowing blue eyes lunged forward, engulfing him. At that moment, from underground, Shuhei shot up, using the golden scale on his tail like a fatal dagger, stabbing directly into the cultivator clone's neck. The cultivator clone's head severed from its neck. Falling with extreme horror, the heavenly demon wanderer, in his small wolf form, landed on the headless body with a self-satisfied look, believing the plan had succeeded. Immediately, he transformed back into his giant wolf form, pressing his paw onto the body to search for spoils. From the bushes, Shuhei observed with a worried expression, feeling that something was amiss as the head was severed. On the ground, the seemingly dead head suddenly opened its eyes, a mocking smile appearing on its lips as it assessed the recent drama. The heavenly demon wanderer was still engrossed in searching the body, completely unaware that the target had not yet been destroyed. Shuhei's unease grew as he realized this was merely a wooden clone. The clone's head continued to deliver an arrogant judgment, seemingly completely unaffected by being decapitated. The heavenly demon wanderer growled in frustration, fumbling with the storage bag with his clumsy wolf paws before figuring out how to use it. Memories flashed back to the time before the ambush, where the heavenly demon wanderer was explaining the plan to Shuhei using a dummy, promising to share the spoils. The heavenly demon wanderer, in wolf form, condescendingly patted Shuhei's shoulder and mocked his anxiety, causing Shuhei to angrily swat his paw away. In a coordinated strike, the demon wolf bit the cultivator clone's head, letting out a dramatic growl of blame towards Shuhei. Suddenly, a golden light beam shot up from underground, piercing through the cultivator clone's head and flinging the demon wolf far away. The cultivator clone's head shattered into wooden fragments, his eyes revealing utter horror as he realized the demon wolf was merely a decoy. To finish it completely, Shuhei, in his giant combat form, tightly coiled around the head, unleashing a stream of fire and lightning energy from his mouth. Shuhei unleashed a destructive black flame, completely incinerating the cultivator clone's head in a fierce blaze. From afar, a painful scream echoed through the forest, a sign that the cultivator's true body had sensed the destruction of the clone. Tianmo, back, in his small wolf form, slumped to the ground, rubbing his head wearily and regretting the waste of an expensive item, unaware that the target was already destroyed. Shuhei continued to furiously spew fire at the ashes, forcing Tianmo to shout for him to stop. Shuhei finally stopped, relieved to see that Tianmo was safe, while Tianmo responded with a smug smirk. The relief quickly turned to anger as Shuhei wrestled with Tianmo, questioning his imperfect plan. Amidst the argument, Shuhei began to gnaw ravenously on the remnants of the wooden clone, while still trying to act tough. Surprising Tianmo, Tianmo held out a bamboo scroll, angrily explaining that it was the enemy's communication magic artifact, and ordered Shuhei to destroy it immediately. Shuhei obeyed, unleashing his signature black flame, burning the bamboo scroll to ashes under Tianmo's approving gaze. Both sat before the fire, the atmosphere growing tense as Tianmo warned that the danger was not over, and the cultivator's true body would surely come to investigate. In a dark forest, Tianmo, in his wolf form, urged a panicked Xu He to quickly flee to escape the pursuit of the Ba Shizong. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Ba Shizong, a long-haired elder meditating in a cave suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. His expression turned solemn as he realized his wooden clone had been completely destroyed. Su Bei, a disciple in a black robe, came forward to report, while the elder analyzed the enemy, who had seen through and destroyed his clone. The elder ordered Su Bei to lead 5 inner disciples to Wan Shigu to investigate the attacker. Meanwhile, Tianmo and Xu He were still desperately fleeing, Xu He's body emitting a golden light as he tried to move using physical strength. Tianmo grew impatient, questioning why Xu He wasn't using earthen escape to move faster. After a while, both were exhausted. Tianmo transformed into a smaller wolf cub form, while Xu He lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Tianmo pointed towards an abandoned excavation site, deciding they would rest there for the night and check their spoils. Seeing that Xu He had fallen asleep, Tianmo irritably dragged his unconscious ally into a nearby cave before going hunting himself. After a deep sleep, Xu He woke up inside the cave, feeling full of energy. He excitedly took out the gray storage bag, ready to explore the treasures within. Xu He tried to break the seal on the bag with a beam of energy, but it only sparked and remained unmoved. He concentrated all his power, creating a purple energy vortex to attack the seal, but was repelled by an even stronger force. Knocked backward, Xu He sat bewildered on the ground, just as Tianmo returned with prey and noticed his ally's futile attempt. Frustrated at being unable to open the storage bag, Xu He tensed, preparing to use brute force to break it. But Tianmo frantically gestured to stop him. Fearing the treasures inside would be damaged, Tianmo snatched the bag from Xu He's mouth, his eyes resolute as he asserted that he could handle the spiritual imprint, while Xu He held on tightly with a suspicious expression. 7 days later, under the vast sky of the Gobi Desert, Tianmo and Xu He finally reached the border of Qin, both showing relief after the long journey. While Tianmo prepared dinner beside a large black pot, he gestured to Xu He, who agreed to find a place to cultivate while waiting. To temper his body, Xu He plunged headfirst into the rock-hard ground, using earthen escape to burrow deep while Tianmo watched with a worried expression. Underground, immense pressure bore down on Xu He's body, forcing him to strain against the pain as if his bones were about to shatter, pushing himself to his limits. Thanks to the rigorous training, golden energy erupted from Xu He's tail, and new golden scales began to form, demonstrating his increasing physical strength. When Xu He emerged from the ground, he found Tianmo lying on his back contentedly beside the nearly empty food pot, with only a few scraps remaining. After many days of effort, Tianmo collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, announcing that he had finally broken the seal on the storage bag. Despite Xu He glaring at him for his earlier boast, Xu He poured out all the spoils, but his expression quickly changed from eagerness to extreme disappointment as he saw only low-grade items and not a single spirit stone. Xu He looked back at Tianmo, gesturing for him to examine the spoils together, but Tianmo merely waved dismissively, saying they were completely useless to him. A flicker of suspicion appeared in Xu He's eyes as he recognized Tianmo's feigned indifference, a clumsy act to hide something. Changing his demeanor, Xu He transformed into his giant snake form, lunging to attack and letting out a silent accusation, startling Tianmo into blurting out a confession. Crushed under a pile of rocks by Xu He's might, Tianmo, in the form of a golden lizard, was forced to offer a share to escape. After reclaiming his share, Xu He angrily ignored Tianmo's smug explanations and focused on studying a newly acquired technique, Jade Slip. Xu He curiously examined the scroll on the ground, while Tianmo Yudangje, in his small black wolf form, explained that it was a useless magic art meant only to deceive people. Upon hearing that this magic art could create clones stronger than the true body, Xu He immediately turned, with eyes shining with excitement. While Tianmo smirked mysteriously, an image flashed through his mind. Illustrating Tianmo's explanation, two warriors in splendid attire battling with a technique called puppet technique. Tianmo continued to explain, dismissing the usefulness of the magic art. But Xu He remained captivated by the idea of a powerful clone. Xu He's excitement peaked, and he pressed closer to Tianmo, eager to learn more about the magic art that could create clones stronger than the true body. The image of the puppet technique reappeared, emphasizing its sophistication and power. Back in reality, Tianmo, in his Yao Lang form, explained that the Tianquile Zong of Qin was the master of this magic art. Another vision appeared, fighting puppets that felt no pain, their bodies as hard as demon beasts, capable of overwhelming enemies at higher cultivation realms. Xu He sank into his imagination, envisioning himself controlling hundreds of puppets to overwhelm an enemy, his face clearly showing delight. Tianmo interrupted Xu He's thoughts, urging him to rest to prepare for tomorrow's journey. While Xu He groaned softly from his still aching wounds, night fell and dawn broke over a vast river surface, signaling the start of a new day. At an old wooden pier, a boatman looked down at the Mo He, explaining the dangers of the whirlpools below to his unseen passengers. The boatman pointed towards the day's only boat heading to Qin, warning in a cautionary tone not to be arrogant and to pay to board. The boatman startled and turned around upon hearing a voice from below. A person wearing a conical hat declared they wanted to board but had no money. The cloaked figure beneath the conical hat presented a vibrant green spirit stone, causing the boatman to immediately change his attitude, happily inviting the mysterious guest aboard. The boatman bowed in gratitude as Xu He, disguised in a black cloak and conical hat, generously paid the boat fare. On the boat deck, a group of rude thugs burst into laughter, openly mocking the small stature of the figure hidden beneath the conical hat. Beneath the conical hat, Xu He's eyes flashed with a menacing purple light, completely ignoring the taunts. Without a clear movement, an invisible surge of power erupted from Xu He, sending the two leading thugs flying into the air with terrified screams. While the other passengers were stunned, Tianmo, in his small black wolf form, poked his head out from under the cloak and angrily gestured, scolding Xu He for attracting attention. A familiar voice startled Tianmo as a woman respectfully invited Elder Zhu Shu aboard the boat. Elder Zhu Shu, an elderly cultivator with a stern expression, boarded the boat to the welcome of the woman and the boatman. Under their disguise, Xu He and Tianmo recognized the elder and immediately fell into a state of panic. Trying to shrink themselves to avoid detection, Zhu Shu paused, his sharp eyes sweeping across the boat deck as if sensing something unusual, making Tianmo even more anxious. Sensing a familiar aura, Zhu Shu approached and blocked Xu He's path, his gaze scrutinizing, demanding an explanation. Zhu Shu's eyes glowed red as he focused his scrutiny, causing Xu He and Tianmo beneath the conical hat to break out in a cold sweat from fear. Hide his astonishment at Xu He's successful gamble, realizing that people of status were often too arrogant to admit they had forgotten. Hidden beneath the conical hat, Xu He breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately mocked by Tianmo Yudongje for his cowardice, even though he himself was sweating. From the large boat, Tianmo Yudongje thoughtfully explained that all chaos in the world was driven by self-interest. As the boat docked at the bustling border city of Qin, Tianmo Yudongje suggested finding a place to rest for the night. Their gaze fell upon a two-story tavern brightly lit, from which shouts and clinking glasses incessantly echoed. Inside, The atmosphere was chaotic, with drunken men loudly ordering food and wine. A lavish feast was laid out, filled with tempting dishes of fish, crab, and tofu. A waiter brought the food, and Shuhei, beneath the conical hat, couldn't suppress his craving, while Tianmo Yudongzhe reminded him to restrain himself. The private room door slammed shut, providing privacy for the two. Immediately, Shuhei shed his disguise and devoured the fish, while Tianmo Yudongzhe also began to enjoy his meal. Shuhei contentedly hugged the demon beast fish, while Tianmo Yudongzhe tasted the wine, and Shuhei was curious to try it. After tasting it, the heavenly demon wanderer spat out the wine with a disgusted expression, while Shuhei looked at him suspiciously upon detecting a strange taste. The cunning heavenly demon wanderer revealed that not only the wine but also the food was drugged, causing Shuhei, who was eating heartily, to freeze in horror. The heavenly demon wanderer calmly handed Shuhei an antidote pill, explaining that this was a lawless city and reminding him that the other party had made the first move. In another room, the waiter nervously reported to the innkeeper that the guest had consumed an enormous amount of food, and the innkeeper ordered to continue serving the strongest drug. With greedy eyes, the innkeeper was certain that the guest was a wealthy cultivator and that this was entirely worth the risk. The heavenly demon wanderer, in his small wolf form, looked at the enormous plate of roasted meat with a smug expression, commenting on the arrogance of those who had prepared it. After a hearty meal, the heavenly demon wanderer stood on a chair, urging Shuhei, who was sprawled on the table, to prepare to leave. Carrying a large bag of food, the heavenly demon wanderer explained his plan to stiff the fraudulent inn, while Shuhei proposed a more violent solution, killing them and looting everything. Dismissing Shuhei's suggestion, the heavenly demon wanderer scoffed, and then both soared out of the inn, disappearing into the night. In the room, the innkeeper and the waiter smugly awaited the drug to take effect, confident that their prey could not escape. The innkeeper returned to his private room and was stunned to find the dining table empty, bones scattered, and the two guests vanished without a trace. A furious rage erupted, and the innkeeper grabbed the waiter by the collar, roaring an order for him to report to the Tianzi sect and scour the entire city to capture those who dared to dine and dash. At a safe, abandoned house, the heavenly demon wanderer instructed Shuhei to stay and cultivate while he went out on private business. Shuhei narrowed his eyes suspiciously, disbelieving his companion's explanation and wondering what he was plotting behind his back. Deciding not to be outsmarted, Shuhei secretly followed the heavenly demon wanderer, who was using a stealth talisman to conceal his movements. The cunning heavenly demon wanderer slipped through an alley, completely unaware that he was being closely watched. Stopping in front of a weapon shop, the heavenly demon wanderer confirmed that this was the place he needed to go. Inside the shop, the heavenly demon wanderer negotiated with the weapons dealer to sell 3 valuable weapons, while Shuhei hid in a corner. Realizing the secretive sale of shared items, the heavenly demon wanderer smugly looked at the spirit stones he had obtained, secretly thinking about how he had tricked Shuhei in dividing the spoils from the cultivator clone. Meanwhile, Shuhei's attention was drawn to a nearby medicine shop, which was selling valuable elixirs. Shuhei, hidden in the shadows, overheard the heavenly demon wanderer muttering about selling spoils in front of a large building. Anger flared in Shuhei as he realized he might have been tricked. He glared at the heavenly demon wanderer who was stealthily leaving. Shuhei was startled when he sensed the presence of others approaching, forcing him to hide more carefully. 2 cultivators, Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, appeared on the city wall, complaining about their guard duty, but also looking for opportunities to profit. From above, Zhao Yiduo spotted the small figure of the heavenly demon wanderer, recognizing him as the one who had dined and dashed at the inn. When Yu Chang impulsively moved to intervene, Zhao Yiduo raised a hand to stop him, his gaze signaling his junior brother to calm down and think. Seeing the heavenly demon wanderer enter the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, a large store, Zhao Yiduo decided to follow and see what this suspicious individual intended to do. From his hiding spot, Shuhei overheard Zhao Yiduo's scheme. realizing the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Inside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, the Heavenly Demon Wanderer confidently placed a bag on the counter in front of the shop owner, proposing a transaction. The shop owner's expression changed from professional to utterly astonished upon seeing what was inside the bag. Recognizing the item's value, the shop owner immediately changed his demeanor, bowing and inviting the Heavenly Demon Wanderer into a private room for a confidential discussion. With a decisive and cunning expression, the shop owner ordered his employee Lao Li to firmly close the main door, allowing no one to disturb the lucrative transaction. Outside, Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang watched in astonishment as the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's door slammed shut, forcing them to wait in doubt. As time passed, rain began to fall, and the two cultivators' patience wore thin as they continued to wait under the eaves through the night. The door finally opened, revealing the beaming face of the shop owner, who had just completed an extremely profitable deal. Outside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang blocked the shop owner's path, sternly questioning him about the mysterious seller from earlier. Losing patience, Yu Chang grabbed the shop owner by the collar, forcing him to reveal the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Wanderer. After obtaining the information, Zhao Yiduo pushed the frightened shop owner aside, indicating he did not wish to waste any more time. Both cultivators immediately dashed away like the wind, determined to follow the trail of their escaped target. Zhao Yiduo focused his spiritual sense, his sharp gaze locking onto a small figure moving across the rooftops in the distance. From a hidden spot on the rooftop, Xu He, disguised under a leaf, observed both the pursuer and the pursued. He analyzed the situation, noticing that the Heavenly Demon Wanderer seemed to be deliberately moving slowly to act as bait, and decided to maintain a safe distance. Yu Chang discovered that the target had run into an abandoned house. He reported it to Zhao Yiduo, who appeared suspicious of a trap. Without hesitation, both smashed through the wooden door. Rushing into the dilapidated house, they searched the empty room in vain, while the Heavenly Demon Wanderer, in his demon wolf form, observed them from a hidden corner. Zhao Yiduo sensed an anomaly in the air. He signaled his junior brother to be extremely cautious, brushing aside his senior brother's warning. Yu Chang decided to use force to compel the enemy to reveal themselves. He drew his sword, pointed it at the wolf, and issued an ultimatum, counting down 3 seconds as a threat. Without waiting, Yu Chang lunged with a murderous slash, his eyes glowing red as he aimed at the wolf. The slash passed through the target, but the wolf dissipated into a puff of purple smoke, and Zhao Yiduo realized they had fallen into a trap. Just as he had predicted, Yu Chang roared a challenge, facing the demon wolf that was mocking him with glowing red eyes. In response, Zhao Yiduo unleashed 2 mechanical lizard puppets, ordering them to attack the Heavenly Demon Wanderer's illusion. The Heavenly Demon Wanderer, in his demon wolf form, laughed arrogantly, while from a distance, Xu He observed with a suspicious expression. Losing patience, Yu Chang launched a fireball at the demon wolf, determined to end the game. A violent explosion engulfed the abandoned house, sending debris flying through the air. Amidst the dissipating smoke, 2 glowing red eyes lit up from the darkness, indicating that the attack had been completely ineffective. Zhao Yiduo cried out a horrified warning as fragments of shadowy flesh from the smoke rushed towards them. One of the lizard puppets was struck by a shadowy fragment, convulsing in magical electricity before ceasing to function. From the darkness, the Heavenly Demon Wanderer revealed his true form as a wolf entity composed of demonic energy, mocking the weakness of the 2 pursuers. From the rooftop, Xu He realized the true nature of the battle, understanding that this was no simple hunt. Zhao Yiduo swung his sword at the shadowy entity, but the blade passed through harmlessly, causing no damage. Xu He narrowed his eyes, calculating, realizing this was an opportunity for the Heavenly Demon Wanderer to owe him a debt if he were to intervene at the decisive moment. Yu Chang retreated, admitting his helplessness when faced with the Heavenly Demon Wanderer's bizarre power. Faced with a desperate situation, Zhao Yiduo decided to use his trump card, taking out a glowing storage bag. At his senior brother's command, Yu Chang summoned a giant toad puppet, a much more powerful weapon, ready for an all-out attack. Yu Chang frantically reported to Zhao Yiduo that their normal attacks were ineffective, while the heavenly demon wanderer, in wolf form, seemed amused by their helplessness. With no other option, Zhao Yiduo decided to use his trump card. His hand reaching into the glowing storage bag, Zhao Yiduo summoned a giant mechanical toad puppet, a formidable war machine, ready for a coordinated attack. The heavenly demon wanderer looked at the toad puppet with disdain. Completely unimpressed by the opponent's new weapon, Yu Chang launched a preemptive strike, swinging his magic fan to create a fierce stream of energy aimed directly at the heavenly demon wanderer. The energy stream from the fan swept across the ground, tearing the heavenly demon wanderer's shadowy form into pieces. Caught in the battle, Xu He, who was hiding nearby, felt the energy stream tighten around his neck in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yiduo ordered his giant toad puppet to prepare for the finishing blow. At its master's command, the toad puppet opened its mouth wide, creating a terrifying suction force to swallow all residual energy and the target within. The toad puppet successfully swallowed the target, showing satisfaction after completing its mission. Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had won, while Xu He watched in horror as his ally was swallowed. Suddenly, Zhao Yiduo noticed something unusual as the toad puppet's eyes began to ooze a strange substance, signaling a terrifying change. Breaking through the mechanical shell from within, the heavenly demon wanderer's true form, a ghostly skull entity, emerged from the puppet's corpse. Horrified by the opponent's true power, Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang turned and fled to save their lives. The heavenly demon wanderer transformed into a giant phantom, blocking the two cultivators' escape route, declaring an irresistible death sentence. Cornered, Yu Chang desperately shouted his identity, while Zhao Yiduo tried to remain calm, searching for a final combat option. Zhao Yiduo roared a challenge, charging forward with surging, killing intent. Determined to destroy the enemy, from the shadows, the heavenly demon wanderer's ghostly skull emerged, exuding absolute contempt for the opponent's efforts. The heavenly demon wanderer's dark energy tentacles violently tore apart Zhao Yiduo and Yu Chang's bodies amidst a scream of pain. Amidst the chaotic scene, the heavenly demon wanderer reverted to its wolf form with a triumphant expression, gloating over its easy victory. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Xu He quietly observed, assessing the situation and realizing the battle had reached its conclusion. Feeling the pressure from others' power, Xu He urged himself to cultivate faster, then suddenly paused as he sensed a familiar divine consciousness. He followed the divine consciousness to a bridge, where a lone figure sat in the rain, looking like a beggar. The beggar sat motionless, his body twitching strangely, seemingly enduring extreme tension. Xu He squinted, observing, his initial suspicion quickly turning into astonishment as he recognized a familiar detail on the person's face. A truth flashed in Xu He's mind: the beggar's face, especially the scar, was identical to Zhao Yiduo, one of the two cultivators who had just been defeated. At the same time, the heavenly demon wanderer stood atop the rubble, trying to probe the souls of the corpses, but yielding no results. Xu He was shocked to realize that the killed individuals were merely puppets, and Yu Chang's body was just an empty shell. He immediately turned back to look at the beggar, his eyes flashing with certainty that was Zhao Yiduo's true body. Seizing the golden opportunity, Xu He, without hesitation, drew out a sharp golden scale, preparing for a fatal assassination blow. Suddenly, Zhao Yiduo's eyes snapped open, his face revealing anger and pain as he sensed his puppet had been completely destroyed. In that unguarded moment, a deadly golden light shot forth, causing Zhao Yiduo to only have time to widen his eyes in horror. Zhao Yiduo was restrained by Xu He. He winced in pain as a dazzling light erupted before him. Xu He unleashed a giant fireball, reinforced by a series of talismans, causing Zhao Yiduo to recoil in fright. Rebuffed by the heat, Shuhei also had to wince in endurance, realizing that the opponent had awakened and the attack was no longer easy. To survive, Zhao Yiduo frantically summoned a water orb and layers of defensive armor to block the incoming fireball. He was confident in his 5 elements counter defense, challenging the hidden attacker. Unexpectedly, a surge of lightning energy from other talismans struck Zhao Yiduo directly, causing him to convulse in pain. Zhao Yiduo's defensive armor shattered under the power of the lightning talismans, causing him to lose his balance. In his daze, Zhao Yiduo was horrified to realize that the enemy had already set up talismans on the surrounding walls as well. Shuhei looked at his opponent with a smug expression, mocking Zhao Yiduo's slowness in realizing the trap had been perfectly set. Zhao Yiduo hastily summoned his ultimate defensive magic treasure, a giant golden bell, just as a series of other talismans were activated. The sturdy golden bell was suddenly pierced by a sharp beam of light, leaving Zhao Yiduo stunned in disbelief. All the magic treasures and talismans collided, causing a terrifying explosion that destroyed everything around. Amidst the rubble, Zhao Yiduo lay collapsed, coughing up blood, unable to believe that his defenses had been completely destroyed. When he looked up, he was astonished to see Shuhei's scaled tail, realizing that his opponent was not human. Shuhei transformed into his giant form, condensing another fireball to deliver the finishing blow to his completely helpless enemy. From a distance, fireballs were continuously shot down, leveling the area where Zhao Yiduo lay. Inside the city, the populace frantically fled in disarray from the aftershocks of the earth-shattering battle outside the city walls. Elsewhere, the heavenly demon wanderer paused, his eyes narrowing in doubt as he sensed the chaos caused by Shuhei. To speed things up, he released energy, performing the soul search technique on Zhao Yiduo's puppet body. Meanwhile, Shuhei gleefully stashed the newly acquired spoils into his bag. The night sky swirled with dark clouds, signaling an ominous event had just concluded. The heavenly demon wanderer raised his claw, retrieving the last stream of soul energy from the puppet's body. He stood amidst the rubble, looking at the corpse and realizing an unpleasant truth. This was just a puppet, and the technique he had obtained was incomplete. He considered finding Zhao Yiduo's true body to complete the puppet technique, a plan that required caution. Deciding to put that aside for now, he began digging through the rubble to find Shuhei, intending to draw him into the plan to deal with Zhao Yiduo. The scene of the city in ruins after the battle appeared, everything submerged in devastation. The heavenly demon wanderer stood before a large pile of ashes, where Shuhei had incinerated Zhao Yiduo's puppet. When Shuhei appeared, the heavenly demon wanderer approached to question him. But Shuhei feigned innocence, denying any involvement, his patience exhausted. The heavenly demon wanderer roared, exposing Shuhei's clumsy lie, making the small snake sweat in fear. He grabbed Shuhei, who was trying to flee, demanding half of the spoils. Nearby, 2 men were startled to see a strange energy orb rolling towards them, while a mysterious voice signaled them to remain silent. Night fell, the full moon shining through the clouds, concluding a tumultuous night. Exhausted after fleeing the city, Shuhei collapsed to the ground, forced by the heavenly demon wanderer's gaze to accept an unwelcome sharing agreement. The heavenly demon wanderer laid out a pile of demon beast meat and elixirs, their aroma immediately attracting Shuhei, making him forget his fatigue. The heavenly demon wanderer pushed a portion of blue spirit stones toward Shuhei, a gesture of reconciliation that Shuhei reluctantly accepted. Immediately after, the heavenly demon wanderer grabbed Shuhei, his face threatening as he demanded the spoils from Zhao Yiduo, forcing Shuhei to abandon his feigned innocence. Pressured, Shuhei poured out a damaged golden bell and a silver armor set, presenting them as all that remained. The heavenly demon wanderer picked up the bell, his sharp eyes immediately recognizing the scratches caused by Shuhei's golden scale. With greedy eyes, the heavenly demon wanderer declared he would keep the damaged high-grade bell for future repair and use. Without giving Shuhei a chance to object, the heavenly demon wanderer raised the silver armor, claiming possession of it amidst the snake's helplessness. The silver armor emitted a sacred light, automatically adjusting its size to perfectly fit the heavenly demon wanderer's body. Astonishing Shuhei, threatened by the heavenly demon wanderer's charge. Shuhei frantically threw out a pile of small puppets as a last-ditch effort to appease him. The truth was revealed when the puppets were merely a green bird and a harmless bug, infuriating the heavenly demon wanderer for being deceived. Changing tactics. The heavenly demon wanderer offered a Heijin Shi, proposing to use it to refine an ultimate puppet for Shuhei. Shuhei feigned acceptance of the agreement, but inwardly gloated, having hidden the most valuable spoil, a green jade pendant. All the spoils from Zhao Yiduo were listed, showing that Shuhei had cleverly kept the precious jade pendant while handing over the rest. After settling the division, both sat on a rock outcrop, gazing towards the distant mountain range. A temporary alliance solidified. The heavenly demon wanderer pointed towards a majestic mountain, revealing it to be an ancient spiritual mountain, their next destination on their cultivation journey. The scene shifts to Mount Fashi, where a broken wheelbarrow lies abandoned, signaling desolation. Inside a dark mine shaft, Tianmo Yudangzhe and Shuhei stand on a rock ledge, looking down at scattered human skeletons below as Tianmo explains the history of the place. Shuhei expresses doubt about the safety of the place, but Tianmo Yudangzhe asserts that it is a perfect cultivation spot, as there are no traces of humans or living demonic beasts. Tianmo Yudangzhe sniffs the air to confirm the abundant spiritual energy, while Shuhei flatters his allies' abilities. Preparing for the next plan, Tianmo Yudangzhe summons a large cauldron, signaling to Shuhei that this is the tool for its body tempering. To execute the command, Tianmo Yudangzhe uses magic to shoot a powerful stream of water into the cauldron. Preparing for the tempering process, Tianmo Yudangzhe carefully opens a paper packet, revealing a rare pink medicinal powder, explaining that this is the material for body tempering. Shuhei watches intently as Tianmo Yudangzhe sprinkles the precious powder into the cauldron of water, transforming it into a bubbling medicinal solution. Tianmo Yudangzhe orders Shuhei to jump into the cauldron, lightly kicking its side to emphasize the command. As soon as it immersed itself in the solution, Shuhei writhed in extreme pain, its body turning red from the scorching heat. Amidst the rising steam, an old snakeskin peeled off Shuhei's body and dissolved into ash in the medicinal water, signaling a painful metamorphosis. Overcoming the pain, Shuhei emerged from the water, roaring triumphantly as it felt new power surging through its body, while Tianmo Yudangzhe nodded in satisfaction. Tianmo Yudangzhe announced that the process would last 7 days, then turned and went deeper into the mine to scout, leaving Shuhei alone to continue its cultivation soak. 7 days later, Shuhei emerged from the cauldron, its body now 4 meters long and tightly coiled around the cauldron, demonstrating superior physical strength. With a soft growl, Shuhei demonstrated its new control, shrinking its massive body to just 1 meter in an instant. Returning to its compact form and original color, Shuhei displayed explosive power, realizing that although its cultivation realm remained unchanged, its strength and speed had multiplied. Shuhei examined its body, anxiously noticing that the golden scales had begun to spread across its torso. At the cave entrance, it decided to take advantage of Tianmo Yudangzhe's absence to explore the hidden jade pendant. It focused its mind, extending its spiritual sense into the green jade pendant. Shuhei's spiritual sense appeared in a dark, undefined void, and it looked around in confusion. The spiritual sense rushed forward and hit an invisible barrier, creating ripples of shock in the space. Rebounding, its spiritual sense struck a sharp object, revealing pain. Light from the crystals flared, revealing a cave filled with sparkling spirit stones, and Shuhei's spiritual sense was stunned by the sight. Its spiritual sense soared, overwhelmed by the endless sea of spirit stones below, its mouth agape in astonishment and greed, its gaze fixed on the highest grade spirit stones, a glint of greed flashing as it resolved to keep this secret to itself. It noticed a few spirit stones vibrating and moving strangely on their own. Before it could react, a high-grade spirit stone flew directly into the mouth of its spiritual sense. Immediately after, many other high-grade spirit stones also automatically flew into its mouth as if conscious. Back in reality, Shuhei's body writhed on the ground. Its belly abnormally distended while chaotic energy emanated from within. From within, Shuhei, a golden dragon energy entity, burst forth, devouring the high-grade spirit stones that were escaping. The image of the cauldron artifact appeared. It only selectively absorbed the most perfect spirit stones, ignoring the others. The pain subsided, and Shuhei touched its belly with a look of relief, yet full of questions. Its gaze directed towards the cave entrance. Tianmo Yudongji's desperate cries for help echoed from afar, drawing Shuhei's annoyed attention while it was alone. Shuhei focused its spiritual sense, its eyes flashing to investigate the source of the commotion. Its spiritual sense discovered Tianmo Yudongji, surrounded by a swarm of giant demonic ants, desperately resisting. The two exchanged glances from afar, one pleading desperately for help, the other angrily questioning the new trouble. The swarm of demonic ants began to crawl into the crevices of Tianmo Yudongji's body, causing him to writhe in agony. Dissatisfied, but with no other choice, Shuhei activated Earth Evasion Technique, burrowing through the ground to come to the rescue. Shuhei spat a fireball towards the ants to clear a path, signaling Tianmo Yudongji to prepare for defense. Tianmo Yudongji gathered all his remaining energy, his body emitting a blazing red light, preparing for a final counterattack. Shuhei unleashed a massive fireball, creating a violent explosion that engulfed a portion of the ant swarm. As the smoke cleared, it revealed the ants still emerging from the scorched earth, undiminished in number. Realizing the hopeless situation, Shuhei coiled its tail around the panicking Tianmo Yudongji and pulled him away to flee. Both burrowed at terrifying speed, leaving behind a trail of demonic ants in hot pursuit on the surface. The escape led them to the bank of the Yanluo River, a massive obstacle blocking their path. Suddenly, Tianmo Yudongji pulled out Zhao Yiduo's artifact fan, creating a powerful gust of wind to prepare for crossing the river. Tianmo Yudongji leaped onto the flying fan, while Shuhei watched with a mix of astonishment and anger at its allies' hidden abilities. Shuhei's anger was quickly replaced by horror as it realized the ants had caught up right behind them. Under the safe sunlight, Shuhei watched the demonic ants helplessly retreat into the shadows. Shuhei turned to question Tianmo Yudongji, who smugly explained that his spirit-rich body was the bait. On the artifact, fan gliding across the sea surface, Shuhei continued to inquire about the ant's sensory abilities. A chilling realization dawned on Shuhei. It suddenly understood that its own bag of high-grade spirit stones was the true cause of the trouble. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder, lightning, and a storm descended, making Shuhei anxiously look towards its ally. A colossal lightning bolt struck directly, engulfing the fan and the two small figures in a destructive aura. Tianmo Yudongji was stunned to realize that his low-grade artifact could not withstand the wrath of nature. Losing control, the fan flung both of them down into the violently churning sea. Amidst the chaotic waters, a massive whirlpool formed, mercilessly dragging both of them into the vortex of death. To resist the pull, Shuhei shrunk its body and fired a stream of water bullet arts to stabilize itself. Despite the swift current, it struggled tenaciously, trying to find a way to survive. Shuhei turned back to search and was horrified to realize that Tianmo Yudongji had been sucked deep into the center of the whirlpool. After a moment of life-or-death hesitation, Shuhei gritted its teeth, abandoned its chance to escape, and plunged down into the abyss. At the bottom of the whirlpool, Shuhei found Tianmo Yudongji unconscious beside the giant rocks that were the source of the current. With a final effort, Shuhei exerted all its strength, using its sturdy snake tail to smash the demonic rocks. On the wet seashore, Shuhei lay exhausted and panting beside Tianmo Yudongji, who was still unconscious after the ordeal. Shu He looked down at Tianmo Yudangzhou's unconscious body with disgust. Resolving not to perform artificial respiration, a dark thought arose, and Shu He changed its demeanor, switching to continuously attacking its helpless ally. A moment later, Tianmo Yudangzhou woke up with cheeks puffed out in anger, while Shu He coiled around his neck, claiming to be his savior, taking advantage of Tianmo Yudangzhou's groggy state. Shu He tried to press him about the spirit stone treasure. Upon hearing supreme-grade spirit stones, Tianmo Yudangzhou immediately sobered up, his eyes flashing with greed and vigilance. Tianmo Yudangzhou was still annoyed by Shu He's declaration. While the snake clung tightly to him, Shu He continued to probe, trying to extract information from its still dazed ally. The mention of spirit stones once again brought Tianmo Yudangzhou to full attention. His fatigue vanishing, Tianmo Yudangzhou turned the tables, grabbing Shu He and growling, demanding that the snake explain the origin of the stones. Tianmo Yudangzhou released Shu He with a smug expression, while the snake appeared annoyed that its plan to extract information had failed. 2 months later, at the back of Mount Tiexiong, a scorched forest was drenched in heavy rain. A group of black-robed Yishan sect cultivators scoured the desolate forest, searching for their treasure and target. Xuehu, one of the cultivators, was reprimanded by his superior for losing track of the important target. Zhuze, Xuehu's senior brother, expressed his determination to capture the demonic beast that had killed the sect's disciples. The search led them to a swamp, believed to be the last known location where Snowy disappeared. Beneath the water, the injured Snowy was hiding, exhausted but still vigilant after being hit. Zhuzi pointed towards a desolate area, giving orders to Xuehu, who was carrying a large axe, by a swamp. Zhuzi turned to reprimand Xuehu for his carelessness. Beneath the water's surface, the injured Snowy lay still, trying to avoid detection as Zhuzi approached the shore. Zhuzi dipped his finger into the water, releasing a wave of blue spiritual energy to probe for the hidden target. After confirming the snake's presence, Zhuzi and Xuehu knelt by the swamp's edge, preparing to act. A fireball shaped like a grotesque head unexpectedly shot towards the two cultivators. Zhuzi and Xuehu dodged in surprise as the fireball grazed past them. From the shadows, the heavenly demon wanderer in wolf form emerged, residual flames still lingering around its mouth after the attack. Zhuzi drew a hook-shaped weapon, his eyes cold with the decision to eliminate both targets. Zhuzi lunged to attack the heavenly demon wanderer, his weapon clashing with the wolf's claws, creating an energy explosion. The heavenly demon wanderer let out a silent command, urging Snowy to flee while it held off the enemy. Zhuzi pursued the heavenly demon wanderer, simultaneously ordering Xuehu to chase the fleeing Snowy. At the same time, on Qiyu Mountain, by the Zhu River, a powerful surge of energy erupted. On a cliff peak, Shu He used gravity art, lifting numerous large boulders into the air. Shu He stood up with a smug expression, satisfied with his new power after 2 months of arduous training. To test another skill, Shu He enveloped his body in a fierce blaze, an upgraded version of the fireball art. Shu He admired the power of his new scouting puppets, feeling his dominion over the entire mountain through their shared vision. From his own shadow, Shu He felt like a king, observing his vast domain through the eyes of the puppets. His complacency was cut short by the heavenly demon wanderer's urgent warning, reporting that Snowy and the Wolf King were in mortal danger. The heavenly demon wanderer revealed that the golden light amulet he had placed on them had just been activated, indicating an attack had occurred in a distant valley. Without hesitation, Shu He plunged underground using the earth evasion art, leaving the heavenly demon wanderer behind in a race against time. At the same time, in Myriad Snake Valley, the ambush was at its peak. Xuehu brought down a brutal axe swing on Snowy, who was cornered. His attack was blocked by an impenetrable golden glow enveloping Snowy, leaving Xuehu stunned in his rage. Nearby, Zhuzi stood over the defeated body of the Wolf King, who was chained and utterly helpless. Zhu Zi laughed triumphantly at Shui Hu's frustration, but the junior disciple showed concern about the mysterious defense. Sensing potential danger, Zhu Zi took out a communication jade slip, deciding to call for reinforcements to ensure victory. He reassured the protesting Shui Hu, explaining that caution was necessary, as he suspected a stronger mastermind was behind this. As a precaution, Zhu Zi cast a spell, erecting a sturdy earthen prison that enveloped the entire area. An hour later, the heavenly demon wanderer was panting, exhausted from trying to keep up with Xu Hei's terrifying speed. Just then, Xu Hei emerged from the ground right at the scene. Arriving in the nick of time, he sensed the aura of his friends trapped inside the earthen prison. While the attackers remained hidden, Xu Hei concealed himself, his purple eyes flashing with calculation as he observed the enemy from afar. To avoid detection, Xu Hei dispatched an agile, blue-eyed lizard puppet, sending it off on a scouting mission. Zhu Zi and Shui Hu appeared complacent, believing their targets had no reinforcements and urging each other to finish them quickly. The lizard puppet appeared on the rocky ledge, Zhu Zi immediately becoming wary, while Shui Hu mocked his senior brother's cowardice. To deceive the enemy, the puppet suddenly twitched and trembled, feigning extreme fear. Just as Shui Hu let down his guard, the puppet opened its mouth, and a destructive energy orb began to form inside. Realizing the deadly trap, Zhu Zi screamed a warning in horror and hastily cast a defensive spell. A dense earthen wall rose from the ground, but rays of light from the impending explosion pierced through the cracks. The puppet exploded in a fierce fireball, blowing away everything around it. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Shui Hu lay motionless on the ground, his body charred black from taking the full force of the explosion. Surviving the explosion, Zhu Zi propped himself up amidst the rubble, horrified to recognize the enemy's mechanical puppet technique. At the same time, in the confinement area, the injured Snowy and Wolf King suddenly looked up, sensing a familiar presence that had just arrived. Zhu Zi desperately shouted his identity, trying to seek a misunderstanding with the hidden attacker. Xu Hei finally emerged from the shadows, his cold purple eyes commanding another puppet to continue the slaughter. Another destructive energy beam was fired, causing a second explosion right at Zhu Zi's position. Cornered, Zhu Zi strained to maintain a rotating earthen shield to fend off the relentless attack. With eyes glowing blue, Zhu Zi used his spiritual sense, confident that no threat could escape his notice. His spiritual sense focused on a single source of purple energy underground, locking on to the enemy's position. Zhu Zi scoffed at his opponent's hidden movements, deeming it a foolish provocation against an expert in earth evasion like himself. To punish the enemy's confidence, Zhu Zi activated the earth evasion art, plunging straight underground for a direct confrontation. Underground, Xu Hei calmly observed, realizing the enemy had detected him but also knowing that the decoy puppets had served their purpose. Zhu Zi was astonished that the enemy didn't flee, but instead wanted to engage in battle underground, and he let out a challenging roar. To avenge Shui Hu, Zhu Zi unleashed his chain weapon and cast stone needles, firing a barrage of stone spikes through the earth. Xu Hei showed annoyance at his opponent's clamor, coiling himself to prepare for a counterattack. Xu Hei retaliated with a sharp wind blade, spiraling through the earth and rock to directly confront the attack. The wind blade easily shattered the stone needles, demonstrating completely superior power. Zhu Zi froze, his complacent expression turning into horrified disbelief. Sensing the overwhelming power, Zhu Zi frantically created a thick layer of stone armor to defend himself. A purple energy orb pierced through the defense, severing Zhu Zi's hand amidst his pained scream. In despair, Zhu Zi looked at the glowing communication jade slip, crying out for help in vain. Xu Hei revealed his true form as a giant python, lunging forward with glowing eyes, ignoring Zhu Zi's pleas for mercy. In a final attack, Xu Hei unleashed a destructive energy surge, causing Zhu Zi to completely disintegrate. A terrifying magical explosion shook the ground, sending earth, rocks, and blue lightning bolts flying. Xu He emerged from the ground. His cheeks puffed out from the aftershock of his own attack. Looking at the enemy's nearby corpse, Xu He was startled to realize that the excessively loud explosion might have alerted their reinforcements. Amidst the rubble, Shui Hu's charred body lay motionless, a reminder to Xu He that a stronger enemy might be approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu He darted away, determined to rescue his allies before enemy reinforcements arrived. From the shadows, a towering figure stood on the rocky outcrop, his crimson eyes fixed on the snake below. Xu He froze, his entire body tensing as he sensed an overwhelming killing intent from above. Ye Haixuan, the mountain-moving sect elder, narrowed his eyes in assessment, confirming the rumors of an intelligent demon snake were true. His hand tightened on the hilt of his great saber. A silent decision made. With a silent roar, Ye Haixuan plunged down from above, his great saber swinging to deliver justice for his fallen disciples. Facing the attack, Xu He merely smirked complacently, its eyes indicating that the enemy had fallen straight into a trap. Ye Haixuan roared an attack command, pouring all his strength into the strike. A sudden explosion erupted directly in front of Ye Haixuan, inexplicably halting his momentum. Blocked. Ye Haixuan immediately spun in midair, redirecting his strike straight toward Xu He's tail. Xu He recoiled in the nick of time, dodging the fatal blow, while a protective energy enveloped it. Landing steadily, Ye Haixuan placed his hand on the ground as it began to glow with golden energy. His eyes filled with disdain for Xu He's tricks. Xu He was suddenly thrown off the ground by a powerful force. His face filled with extreme panic. A fierce sandstorm erupted, sweeping away everything in its path. Xu He's lizard puppets were torn to shreds in midair by the sandstorm. Hiding behind a rock, Xu He realized the terrifying scale of his opponent's power. A Foundation Establishment cultivator, Ye Haixuan's towering figure appeared, his overwhelming aura forcing Xu He to ponder a countermeasure. Ye Haixuan swung his great saber, unleashing a slash that made the ground tremble and crack. Xu He was thrown into the air by the aftershocks of the destructive attack. Ye Haixuan charged forward, continuously swinging his saber to create an unceasing whirlwind of saber chi. A slash grazed Xu He's back, sparks flying from his tough scales. Cornered, Xu He was sent flying, without a single chance to catch his breath. Lying on the ground, Xu He realized direct confrontation was impossible, and his eyes gleamed with determination to use strategy. Xu He recalled an item that the heavenly demon wanderer had prepared for him, a glimmer of hope appearing. Facing Ye Haixuan, who was gathering strength for his next attack, Xu He appeared terrified, but his eyes were full of calculation. Ye Haixuan unleashed another ice mountain slash, creating a shockwave of earth and stone. Amidst the flying dust and rocks, large boulders were suddenly thrown up from underground. Ye Haixuan was stunned to realize he had slashed at empty air, while Xu He's glowing tail vanished underground. Ye Haixuan swung his massive great saber, determined to block Xu He's retreat. The saber blade struck down with terrifying force, tearing up the ground to stop the enemy. Cornered, Xu He braced himself, deciding to directly confront the destructive attack. With a defiant roar, Xu He unleashed a brilliant golden energy, charging straight towards the saber blade. The collision created a dazzling explosion, knocking Ye Haixuan's great saber flying into the air. Ye Haixuan was dumbfounded, unable to believe his weapon had been so easily knocked away. Xu He, despite being covered in injuries and bleeding, struggled to stand amidst the rubble, his gaze unwavering. Ye Haixuan angrily looked at the chip on his saber blade, realizing his opponent was far from ordinary. Seeing Xu He begin to use earth evasion technique to escape, Ye Haixuan employed another spell to pursue. He panted after transforming an entire area of loose soil into hard rock, bewildered as he searched for traces of Xu He. Underground, Xu He was enveloped in energy, stubbornly breaking through the solid rock layer to dig deeper. Ye Haixuan was astonished as the ground beneath his feet began to crack from below. He quickly jumped back as the ground erupted, immediately preparing another attack aimed at the underground. A gigantic earth spike, glowing with energy, suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing straight into Shuhei's tunnel. Unexpectedly pierced through the hip, Shuhei writhed in pain, fresh blood gushing from the wound. Standing on the ground, Yi Haichuan looked into the empty hole created by his attack, stunned that he couldn't find his opponent's corpse. From the ground, gigantic stone spikes emitting golden energy emerged, an attack that allowed no escape. Trapped underground, the injured Shuhei realized he had no retreat. In a decisive moment, it bit down on a talisman, its purple eyes flashing with determination to break through the encirclement. On the ground, Yi Haichuan unleashed a sandstorm to block all escape routes. A smug smile on his face, the ground shook violently, but after the dust settled, only an empty hole remained. Yi Haichuan's smug expression vanished, replaced by confusion as he found no trace of his prey. Deep underground, Shuhei had dived hundreds of meters, successfully escaping the encirclement thanks to the talisman. Safe for a moment, it pondered the immense power disparity, a harsh lesson about confronting enemies beyond its level. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Shuhei as Yi Haichuan's figure appeared right before him, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. On the ground, Yi Haichuan closed his eyes, releasing his spiritual sense as a wave of blue energy to sweep the entire underground area. Finding no direct traces, he frowned in deduction, realizing the demon snake's goal was to rescue its two companions. Yi Haichuan looked down at a spot on the ground, his gaze sharp, as if he had pinpointed Shuhei's hiding place. He stood on his great saber, raising his hand arrogantly, delivering a silent ultimatum to the one in hiding, to force Shuhei to reveal himself. Yi Haichuan cruelly threatened to harm its two imprisoned allies, chained tightly. The azure lunar wolf growled in helplessness, while Snowy shed tears, desperately signaling Shuhei not to risk his life for them. Cornered, Shuhei gnashed his teeth, anger and helplessness boiling as he faced an impossible choice. Shuhei emerged from the ground, facing Yi Haichuan, ready to accept the challenge to protect his companions. Shuhei immediately used earth evasion technique, diving deep underground to execute his plan. Yi Haichuan roared furiously, releasing energy and charging after Shuhei underground, determined not to let his prey escape. Underground, Yi Haichuan quickly discovered Shuhei enveloped in a layer of protective light. To end the pursuit, Yi Haichuan cast gravity technique, creating immense pressure to crush Shuhei. Severely wounded, Shuhei still struggled up with a look of grim determination, charging straight towards Yi Haichuan in a final effort. Yi Haichuan coldly swung his great saber, delivering a fatal blow to Shuhei's head. Shuhei's corpse fell, motionless, making Yi Haichuan believe the battle was over. Though disappointed he couldn't capture it alive. Upon inspecting the spoils, Yi Haichuan was astonished to find a metallic component exposed from the snake's wound. The flesh of Shuhei melted away, revealing a complex mechanical framework inside. Yi Haichuan was dumbfounded, realizing he had been tricked by a sophisticated decoy puppet. At that very moment, a deadly sense of danger struck as a series of sharp golden spikes unexpectedly emerged from the ground below. Realizing it was a trap, Yi Haichuan reacted instantly, fully unleashing the Great Earth Shield. Without hesitation, he erected multiple layers of earth and stone defenses, enveloping his entire body in a thick armor. But Shuhei's golden spikes easily pierced through each layer of his defense. Yi Haichuan screamed in pain as a spike pierced through his shoulder, completely turning the tables. Shuhei, eyes flashing with purple lightning, let out a silent roar of defiance. Yi Haichuan roared in astonishment as his great saber was powerfully struck by the snake's tail. With a powerful whip, Shuhei sent Yi Haichuan flying, determined to finish off his enemy. To prevent Shuhei's escape, Yi Haichuan summoned a gigantic earth drill, glowing with golden energy. Xu He retaliated with a series of talismans, simultaneously unleashing a fire snake, wind blades, and a destructive lightning bolt. The elemental attacks collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the ground. After unleashing the destructive attack, Xu He shrunk down, exhausted and panting, regretting that he had let his enemy narrowly escape. Ye Haichuan burst out of the dust, wounded but still alive thanks to a life-saving magic treasure. With a resentful expression, Ye Haichuan was determined to eliminate this threat before it became uncontrollable. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a small dark figure observing from afar in the forest. From the shadows, the heavenly demon wanderer in the form of a giant wolf appeared, its front paws glowing with deadly red energy, baring its fangs in a sinister grin. Realizing he had fallen into a deadly trap, Ye Haichuan turned and fled in panic. A knife-sharp red energy claw plunged into Ye Haichuan's head, ending his life in an instant. Xu He, in the form of a small gray beast, stood on Ye Haichuan's lifeless corpse, mocking the enemy's weakness. The heavenly demon wanderer growled, signaling Xu He to move aside. Xu He transformed back into his giant python form, letting out a warning roar, determined not to yield the spoils to anyone, not even his ally. The heavenly demon wanderer, in the form of a small wolf, looked down in horror at Ye Haichuan's burning corpse. The heavenly demon wanderer rushed to the exhausted Xu He, questioning the terrible wounds on the snake's body. A gaping tear on Xu He's body was revealed, showing the extent of its self-destruction to execute its plan. Through the heavenly demon wanderer's eyes, Xu He's image appeared, admitting it had torn its own flesh to disguise the puppet. Xu He was completely exhausted, closing its eyes and passing out after explaining its life-or-death plan. The heavenly demon wanderer's rage erupted, the wolf's image becoming distorted and filled with killing intent. In the form of a giant demon wolf, the heavenly demon wanderer roared a vow to make the mountain-moving sect pay. The scene shifted to a secluded cave, a safe haven. The heavenly demon wanderer had brought Xu He, Qingyue Leng, and Whitesnake back to the cave, carefully tending to its injured companions. It reassured Whitesnake and Qingyue Leng, promising to return quickly before leaving. To heal Qingyue Leng, the heavenly demon wanderer summoned a giant red healing incense stick. Astonishing the large wolf, the heavenly demon wanderer climbed onto Qingyue Leng's head, ordering it to circulate its energy according to its method. Under the heavenly demon wanderer's supervision, Qingyue Leng was enveloped in a stream of green energy, its wounds gradually healing. The heavenly demon wanderer placed the loot bags of Ye Haichuan, Zhu Ze, and Shui Hu before Xu He, preparing for the next step of revenge. Meanwhile, at the Soul Lamp Hall of the Mountain Moving Sect, a deathly atmosphere permeated. Sect Master Shiyazi slammed the table in anger, roaring upon hearing that an elder and disciples had perished. At the Mountain Moving Sect, Great Elder Shi Fengzi expressed suspicion of internal strife after the deaths of the sect members. Elder Chen Daoling, with a stern expression, dismissed the possibility of a disciple daring to attack a Foundation establishment elder. Shi Fengzi reluctantly accepted Chen Daoling's argument, but still appeared worried about the situation. Chen Daoling shifted suspicion to the demon beasts in the area, but Shi Fengzi deemed it impossible. Meanwhile, black-robed mountain-moving sect cultivators stood before a scorched land, the scene of a fierce battle. A memory of a terrifying black demon snake flashed, making Chen Daoling realize the culprit in shock. With rage erupting, Chen Daoling recounted how he himself was almost killed by that demon snake, confirming it was definitely the culprit. Shi Fengzi realized Chen Daoling's anger was not feigned, and understood that the situation was more serious than he thought. Chen Daoling stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing as he proposed a full-scale hunt to eliminate the threat. At the same time, in a dark forest, the heavenly demon wanderer in the guise of a small wolf was secretly executing a retaliation plan. A layer of blood-red-purple energy enveloped its paws, preparing for an act of sabotage. The heavenly demon wanderer stood before the ancient tomb of mountain-moving sect's old ancestor Wu Yao, a blatant act of provocation. Inside, an exquisitely carved dragonstone coffin lay in the center of the tomb chamber. The heavenly demon wanderer looked at the perfectly preserved corpse within the coffin's ice layer, a priceless treasure, with a greedy expression. It tried to use a storage ring to collect the entire coffin, but failed miserably. Immediately, the dragon head on the coffin opened its mouth, spewing out a bone-chilling stream of cold air as a defensive mechanism. The heavenly demon wanderer, in wolf form, faced a giant ice dragon, the tomb's final defense. Despite the opponent's power, the heavenly demon wanderer charged forward to attack, determined to break through the defenses. The ice dragon roared, summoning countless ice spikes from the ground to retaliate against the intruder. The heavenly demon wanderer was trapped within a block of ice, rage flaring in its crimson eyes. Purple demonic energy erupted from within, shattering the ice block that imprisoned it. The heavenly demon wanderer summoned a demonic dragon of its own, charging into a direct confrontation with the ice dragon to end the battle. At the same time, outside, two mountain-moving sect cultivators on guard were startled and panicked by the tremors from the ancestral tomb. They horrifyingly discovered that the tomb entrance had been shattered, revealing a gaping black hole facing the scene inside. One cultivator was stunned into silence by shock, while the other screamed in terror. Inside, the tomb was empty and desolate. The two guards realized the irreparable tragedy and rushed to report the news. On another mountain, Chen Daoling led the pursuit team, using a magical compass to track Xu Hei's whereabouts, but without success. Shi Fengzi crossed his arms, frowning as he realized something was amiss, suspecting the target had used some method to conceal its aura. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from a distant mountainside, attracting the attention of the entire group. The source of the light was a powerful energy vortex, stirring up the entire area. At the center of the vortex, Xu Hei tilted its head back, absorbing the massive spiritual energy, officially breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. After completing the breakthrough, Xu Hei stood up confidently under the gaze and admiration of Qingyue Lang and White Snake. In the safe cave, Xu Hei examined the newly grown golden scales on its body, while White Snake observed curiously. Suddenly, Qingyue Lang let out a warning growl as it sensed the approaching enemies, causing Xu Hei to immediately signal for silence. All three hid behind a rock. Xu Hei remained calm, trusting the defensive formation the heavenly demon wanderer had set up. Elsewhere in the forest, Shi Fengzi angrily ordered the mountain-moving sect cultivators to search everywhere but found no traces. An urgent messenger bird from the sect suddenly swooped down, interrupting Shi Fengzi's search. Shi Fengzi's face contorted in extreme rage upon receiving the grim news that the ancestral tomb had been breached. From a tree branch, the heavenly demon wanderer, in the form of a small wolf, gloated as it watched Shi Fengzi and his subordinates hastily retreat. It triumphantly summoned its spoils of war, Wu Yao's ice coffin, and pondered turning the corpse inside into a puppet. With an arrogant thought about its illustrious reputation, the heavenly demon wanderer flew away with the spoils. At the same time, at the mountain-moving sect, a cultivator screamed in horror at the sight of the ancestral tomb utterly destroyed. Chen Daoling and the other elders knelt in despair, unable to believe that the old ancestor's coffin had been stolen. Chen Daoling stood up, his eyes sharp as he analyzed the situation, deducing that the intruder must possess extremely high cultivation. Shi Fengzi, having just returned, grabbed Chen Daoling's robes and angrily questioned him, implying a suspicious coincidence. Chen Daoling calmly brushed his hand away, explaining that this was very likely an act of revenge to defend Xu Hei. He reminded Shi Fengzi of the existence of Xu Hei's ally, a cunning black dog specializing in grave robbing. With indignation, Chen Daoling ordered the entire sect, offering a large reward to hunt down both Xu Hei and the heavenly demon wanderer and retrieve the old ancestor's corpse. The heavenly demon wanderer, in the form of a small wolf, called its companions out of hiding, urging them to move quickly. Xu Hei, white snake. And Qingyue Lang appeared. Xu He expressed worry about being pursued by the mountain-moving sect. But the heavenly demon wanderer reassured it that it had lured the enemies elsewhere. Ignoring Xu He's curious question, the heavenly demon wanderer signaled to depart immediately, also mentioning the division of spoils later. As the heavenly demon wanderer turned away, the group vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving it alone in bewilderment. To ensure safety, the group had recklessly fled ahead, causing the heavenly demon wanderer to angrily shout because they didn't know the way to the new hideout. Qingyue Lang dashed away at terrifying speed, Xu He and White Snake clinging tightly to its back, while the heavenly demon wanderer breathlessly chased behind, asking them to wait. After a hasty journey, the group finally arrived at their rendezvous point, the majestic Phoenix Mountain Range under the moonlight. At a new safe cave, the heavenly demon wanderer declared this their resting place, and Xu He immediately planned to recreate its garden. The next day, Xu He entered a state of cultivation, its body trembling as it absorbed energy to break through. The heavenly demon wanderer proudly showed off the snake puppet it had repaired for Xu He, who was only bewildered by its strangely crafted eyes. To show gratitude, Xu He presented 3 retrieved storage bags and offered one to the heavenly demon wanderer. The heavenly demon wanderer vehemently refused, asserting that the victory was entirely due to Xu He's decoy puppet. Overwhelmed by a dramatic sense of guilt, the heavenly demon wanderer turned away. But Xu He mischievously used gravity art to pull it back, forcing it to accept its share. After dividing the spoils, the heavenly demon wanderer took out a spiritual energy orb, declaring it would test their spiritual roots to map out a cultivation path for the group. The heavenly demon wanderer asked White Snake, who seemed timid, to start first, suggesting she had the potential to become an alchemist in the future. With the spiritual energy orb ready, the heavenly demon wanderer began the process of assessing the members' potential. Officially assuming the role of the group's guide, the heavenly demon wanderer, in the form of a small wolf, gestured for the surprised Snowy to place her tail on the magic orb to test her alchemy potential. Snowy timidly complied, placing her tail on the orb while the heavenly demon wanderer and the azure lunar wolf watched, hoping for a more secure future thanks to her abilities. As soon as the orb was activated, the heavenly demon wanderer was startled by the violent energy reaction emanating from it. Pure green energy converged, forming the image of a blooming spiritual tree, symbolizing a top-grade wood spirit root, an extremely rare talent. The azure lunar wolf looked at Snowy with admiration, while the heavenly demon wanderer teased Xu He, who was envious of her immense potential. To support her newly discovered talent, Xu He took a jade slip containing cultivation methods from his spatial pouch and handed it to the touched Snowy. Confused by Xu He's kindness, Snowy innocently asked if she should call him master or a more intimate address. Xu He was stunned, completely unsure how to react to Snowy's unexpected question. The heavenly demon wanderer laughed heartily, teasing Xu He about the strange knowledge he had imparted to Snowy, while Xu He blushed awkwardly. The azure lunar wolf joined the teasing, suggesting that an intimate address would be more suitable, causing the heavenly demon wanderer to snap at it to be quiet to avoid damaging the orb. Snowy, with an innocent expression, called Xu He by an intimate address, causing the purple snake to become utterly flustered and hastily ask her to call him Snaky. Snowy happily accepted, snuggling into Xu He and asking if she could be called Snowy, a suggestion he awkwardly agreed to. After the naming session, attention shifted to the azure lunar wolf, which was mocked by the heavenly demon wanderer for its self-proposed name before being urged by Xu He to take its turn for the test. The azure lunar wolf placed its paw on the orb, which immediately glowed with 3 swirling streams of energy. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. The heavenly demon wanderer identified the result as a 3-attribute spirit root of metal, fire, and water, a diverse but not specialized combination. The azure lunar wolf was disheartened by its result, while the heavenly demon wanderer continued to tease it about the weakness of being a jack of all trades. master of none. Shuhei patted his brocade pouch, confidently declaring it was his turn, while Snowy curiously peeked out from behind. When Shuhei's tail touched the crystal orb, it erupted in a brilliant seven-colored light, astonishing even himself. A massive surge of energy suddenly burst from the orb, throwing Shuhei, Snowy, and the Azure Lunar Wolf backward in chaos. The Azure Lunar Wolf let out a roar of astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the unimaginable power gushing forth. The Heavenly Demon Wanderer, in its black wolf form, shouted an urgent warning, signaling that the orb was about to shatter under the pressure. All three creatures were pushed back by a vortex of energy, helpless against the power of Shuhei's own test. After the shock subsided, Shuhei sat on the ground with a bewildered and somewhat embarrassed expression at the uncontrollable outcome. The Heavenly Demon Wanderer, now shrunken, placed its paw on the orb and explained that although Shuhei's spirit roots were mixed, their quality was extremely high. After hearing the explanation, Shuhei resolved to focus on his strongest earth attribute, while the Heavenly Demon Wanderer prepared for its turn. When it was its turn, the Heavenly Demon Wanderer touched the orb, but instead of a brilliant light, it was enveloped in a dark, eerie purple. Shuhei looked at the Heavenly Demon Wanderer with a confused expression, not understanding what kind of spirit root this was, while the latter merely smirked mysteriously. The Heavenly Demon Wanderer proudly declared it possessed a dark spirit root, a unique type of power, and announced it would enter seclusion to break through. Before leaving, the Heavenly Demon Wanderer entrusted the task of guarding and foraging for food to Shuhei, placing its full trust in its companion. A month later, a gigantic earth spike, glowing with golden energy, pierced through the ground, demonstrating the fruits of Shuhei's cultivation. Shuhei, with a focused expression, created a sturdy earth wall to block his own attack, testing both offense and defense. Standing on the earth wall, Shuhei looked at the hovering spike before him with pride. Assessing the new power he had just mastered, Shuhei dodged a gigantic earth spike, realizing its power had increased. Glowing rocks purposefully converged. Those rocks enveloped Shuhei, forming a sturdy earth armor. Combining the earth armor with the earth wall, Shuhei created a new defensive technique, determined to master his skills to escape stronger enemies. After the training session, Shuhei lay exhausted amidst the rubble, realizing he had run out of elixirs and food. Meanwhile, Snowy was enthusiastically grinding various herbs, determined to concoct a nourishing elixir for Shuhei. Seeing Snowy casually toss herbs into the mortar, creating a mixture that emitted dark energy, Shuhei had a bad premonition. In a hidden corner of the forest, the Azure Lunar Wolf waited patiently. Snowy happily ran over, proudly presenting the dark purple elixir she had just finished. A mournful howl echoed from inside the cave. Snowy frantically shook the Azure Lunar Wolf, which was foaming at the mouth, realizing her elixir was actually poison. Witnessing the tragedy, Shuhei broke out in a cold sweat, deciding to hunt spirit beasts himself instead of relying on Snowy's alchemy skills. In a sparse forest, a pair of gigantic mammoths appeared, hiding behind a rock. Shuhei was overwhelmed by their size and power. He observed an entire herd of mammoths. Realizing this was an abundant food source that could last for many days, Shuhei's gaze focused on the leading mammoth, a demon beast exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. A decisive footstep landed on the dry grass, signaling a purposeful presence. From within the bushes, Shuhei squinted cautiously as he heard the sounds of strangers. A group of 3 cultivators in gray robes appeared, led by Hua Yuntian, a disciple of Xuan Yangzi, with a confident and arrogant expression. From his vantage point, Shuhei was astonished to realize that the carefree sect cultivators were rapidly encircling the herd of mammoths. With glowing eyes, Shuhei prepared to act, deciding to remain hidden and observe the situation. Hua Yuntian and a subordinate looked at the herd with smugness, showing certainty in their plan. The subordinates greedily discussed taking the mammoth tusks as gifts, While the herd began to show signs of panic, a dark shadow suddenly descended, attacking a mammoth in the herd. The gigantic leading mammoth roared in fury, tossing one of the attackers into the air. With a powerful stomp, the leading mammoth easily sent two other subordinates flying. Hua Yuntian gave a command, and his subordinates immediately took out blue spirit stones. Preparing to set up a formation, a subordinate plunged a spirit stone into the ground, activating the energy within it. A gigantic electrical energy dome suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire panicked herd of mammoths. Inside the electro-optical prison, the mammoths roared in pain as countless lightning bolts tormented them. With his spear emitting a green aura, Hua Yuntian showed disdain for their futile resistance. He charged forward, unleashing a cruel attack, his spear piercing through the head of a baby mammoth. From his hiding spot, Xu He watched in horror as a blue energy stream pierced through a baby mammoth. Another adult, impaled in the back by a similar energy spear, in the form of a green lizard. Xu He erupted in fury, but immediately suppressed it upon realizing the disparity in strength. Returning to its small snake form, it decided to remain hidden and wait for a perfect opportunity. Unable to act recklessly, the leading mammoth roared defiantly, its body erupting with fierce electrical currents to resist the tightening formation. Standing with his arms crossed, Hua Yuntian smirked smugly at the herd's resistance. Despite their injuries, the entire herd of mammoths frantically charged at the energy barrier, refusing to yield. A disciple frantically reported that the formation was about to break, causing Hua Yuntian to frown slightly in annoyance. To impose his will, Hua Yuntian issued an ultimatum to the leading mammoth surrender its tusks in exchange for the lives of the entire herd. The leading mammoth's glowing golden eyes flashed with defiance and disdain, a silent answer to the enemy's offer. With a final effort, the herd shattered the energy barrier, creating a bloody path for the mother and baby mammoths to escape. Flatly rejected, Hua Yuntian roared in anger, drew his sword, and charged forward to personally end their bloodline. The valiant leading mammoth used its gigantic tusk to block Hua Yuntian's fatal sword strike. Challenged by a beast, Hua Yuntian's rage peaked, his eyes blazing with hatred. Hua Yuntian pointed, ordering Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu to pursue the escaped mammoths, while he and the others dealt with the main herd. Witnessing the cultivators split up, Xu He realized his opportunity had arrived. Preparing to act from the shadows, from underground, Xu He used the earth evasion art, deciding to eliminate the three weaker cultivators first. An explosion shook the forest as the carefree sect cultivators roared, pursuing their fleeing prey. A wounded baby mammoth cried out in despair, exhausted, as its pursuers declared it had no escape. Led by Zhang San, the three cultivators rushed forward to finish off their prey, confidently discussing how to divide the spoils. Zhang San soared into the air, swinging his sword down at the helpless baby mammoth, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With a cruel expression, Zhang San prepared to strike, unaware of a vortex of golden energy forming right beneath his feet. From the shadows, Xu He patiently waited, deciding to attack at the exact moment the enemy revealed their greatest weakness. Instantly, sharp earthen spikes shot up from underground, flinging Zhang San into the air and disrupting his attack. The baby mammoth looked up, astonished by the sudden intervention that had saved its life. Li Si and Wang Wu were stunned as a massive earthen wall rose, blocking their pursuit and signaling the appearance of another enemy. A mechanical bird puppet suddenly soared up, causing Zhang San to frantically order his companions to flee for their lives. Li Si and Wang Wu hastily activated acceleration talismans to escape, but Xu He had anticipated this. Watching them rush straight into the pre-laid trap, a golden ray of light from a hidden trap suddenly shot out, piercing Li Si's leg and causing him to collapse in pain. Wang Wu looked up in horror, realizing the sky above was covered by a rain of deadly explosive talismans. Zhang San was engulfed in a violent explosion, unable to resist as the traps were continuously triggered. As Wang Wu turned back in despair, He faced Xu Hei in the form of a small green lizard. Its cold eyes, the last thing he saw. A destructive beam of energy tore through the forest, signaling the end of the ambush. With a smug expression, Xu Hei used gravity art to retrieve 2 spatial bags from the enemy's wreckage. From its hiding spot, it glanced at the battlefield with disdain, deciding to continue waiting for other lone prey. The wind blew, carrying scorched leaves, signaling a brief lull on the battlefield. In another area, Hua Yuntian stood on the corpse of a giant mammoth that had just been slain. The mammoth lay motionless on the ground, its tusks stained with blood. Life completely extinguished. Hua Yuntian leaned on his spear, his expression growing increasingly impatient and annoyed as his 3 subordinates had not yet returned. Unable to wait any longer, Hua Yuntian ordered another disciple to check on the separated group. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, startling Hua Yuntian as he realized it was a powerful magical attack. Enraged, Hua Yuntian roared, unleashing his spiritual sense as a wave of blue energy to sweep the entire area. From within the bushes, Xu Hei calmly observed Hua Yuntian, assessing the weakness of his spiritual sense range and realizing the disparity in their cultivation levels. In a fit of rage, Hua Yuntian unleashed an earth elemental palm strike onto the ground, attempting to force the hidden enemy to reveal themselves. The ground trembled, but nothing happened, leaving Hua Yuntian dumbfounded in confusion as he found no traces. At the same time, the 2 remaining carefree sect disciples hastily activated defensive magic, creating a layer of energy shield. Amidst the chaos, a disciple was astonished to see 2 other mammoths taking the opportunity to flee for their lives, safely hidden underground. Xu Hei manipulated a snake-shaped clay puppet to emerge as a decoy, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Hua Yuntian was startled when a sudden explosion erupted from a nearby bush. A figure darted out from the explosion, causing Hua Yuntian to immediately give chase. Determined not to let the enemy escape, his spear pierced the target, but it shattered into earth and stone. Hua Yuntian roared in anger as he realized he had been tricked by a remotely controlled clay puppet. Another sound echoed, and Hua Yuntian vigilantly turned to look towards the herd of mammoths. Massive earthen spikes suddenly emerged, flinging his 2 disciples into the air. Hua Yuntian realized this was a pre-laid trap, roaring for the cowardly hidden enemy to reveal themselves. From its hiding spot, Xu Hei scoffed inwardly, thinking only a fool would reveal themselves when they could attack from the shadows. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling even Xu Hei. One of the carefree sect disciples was engulfed by a massive stream of fire and incinerated. To Hua Yuntian's horror, Hua Yuntian looked in terror towards the source of that terrifying power. A giant mammoth enveloped in flames appeared. It was the leader, Man Jin, a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection demon beast in a furious rage. Realizing the deadly danger, Hua Yuntian and the remaining disciple panicked and turned to flee for their lives. Man Jin transformed into a blazing fireball, chasing at terrifying speed, while Xu Hei observed everything from underground. Looking at the spoils already collected, Xu Hei realized Man Jin's appearance was an unexpected and incredibly helpful aid. Noticing Man Jin's power, Xu Hei decided to take advantage of the chaotic situation to obstruct the group of cultivators and collect more spoils. Hua Yuntian dodged a massive earthen spike, his eyes filled with hatred towards the hidden enemy. Vowing revenge, Man Jin's fiery eyes blazed with fury, and it roared a deadly vow aimed at those who had slaughtered its kind. Facing Man Jin's terrifying stomp, Hua Yuntian desperately erected a water shield to defend himself. Man Jin, engulfed in flames, easily shattered the flimsy water shield, charging straight towards Hua Yuntian with unstoppable force. Flung into the air by the force of the attack, Hua Yuntian was utterly helpless and realized his defeat. To save his life, Hua Yuntian activated a glowing jade pendant, a final teleportation magic treasure. From afar, Xu Hei, in the form of a small bird, witnessed the energy explosion and decided not to interfere in this high-level battle. Looking down at the battlefield, littered with mammoth corpses, Shuhei hovered, taking stock of the spoils and contemplating its next move. In its small snake form, Shuhei cautiously approached the baby mammoth it had saved, confirming that it was still alive. With a benevolent gesture, Shuhei offered an essence pill, feeding it to the injured baby mammoth to help it recover. A moment later, the ground trembled as Manjin, still blazing with fury, returned from afar. Manjin was stunned to see its child still alive, while Shuhei tried to signal it to lie still to avoid aggravating its injuries. The empty medicine bottle on the ground became silent proof of the recent act of salvation. Manjin connected the events, realizing that the one who used earth elemental magic to obstruct Hua Yuntian was the benefactor who had saved its child. A flash of enlightenment gleamed in Manjin's eyes as it understood the entire situation. With boundless gratitude, Manjin bowed deeply to its hidden benefactor, an act of reverence that shook the very ground. Moved by Manjin's gratitude, Shuhei decided to abandon its ill intentions, its entire body glowing as it prepared to escape via earth evasion. From afar, Shuhei spotted Hua Yuntian's corpse and considered taking the enemy's storage bag, fearing it was a trap. Shuhei suppressed its greed, coiled itself up, and quickly departed. 3 days later, amidst the dry leaves, Hua Yuntian's hand twitched, and a stream of green vitality began to spread. Hua Yuntian struggled to sit up, his tattered body regenerating after sacrificing a life-preserving magic treasure to escape death. A faint, ethereal figure materialized from thin air behind Hua Yuntian. The figure solidified into Xuan Yangzi, Hua Yuntian's master, who appeared to check on his disciple's condition. Hua Yuntian slumped down, coughing, receiving a displeased look from Xuan Yangzi regarding his weakness. With a decisive resolution, Xuan Yangzi signaled that he would take Hua Yuntian to the Purple River sect for treatment, and the disciple bowed in obedience. Elsewhere, a colossal pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, signaling a powerful realm breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shuhei thrashed in a stream, annoyed that its attempt to break through to the next level had failed. Shuhei recalled Manjin's terrifying power, determined to ask the heavenly demon wanderer about the secrets of the Foundation establishment realm. Suddenly, a large explosion shook the forest, startling Shuhei, who turned back, worried about the safety of its allies. From within the smoke, the heavenly demon wanderer, in the form of a small wolf, staggered out, coughing violently and angrily complaining about someone practicing alchemy. The azure wolf appeared, roaring a question at the heavenly demon wanderer, while Shuhei peeked out from behind a rock in astonishment. The scene revealed Snowy clumsily attempting alchemy, causing the explosion, which made the heavenly demon wanderer clutch its head in helplessness. Qingyuelang angrily questioned Tianmo Yudongzi about Snowy's abilities, while Shuhei secretly listened from inside his furnace. Suddenly, Snowy appeared with a radiant expression, proudly presenting her alchemy furnace, announcing that she had succeeded this time. Tianmo Yudongzi froze, his expression shifting from surprise to horror as he smelled the scent and saw the form of what was inside. Snowy cheerfully presented a pitch-black pill emanating chaotic aura, inviting Tianmo Yudongzi to see her achievement. Shuhei turned pale, disgusted by the deformed pill, something completely unlike ordinary nourishing elixirs. To avoid testing the medicine, Tianmo Yudongzi wrapped his tail around Shuhei, trying to force his companion to be the test subject. Shuhei fiercely resisted, pushing the responsibility back onto Tianmo Yudongzi, whom he believed needed more nourishment. Amidst the argument, Snowy innocently asked if her pill was liked, causing both of them to simultaneously turn back and shout their refusal. Shuhei suddenly proposed an idea, pointing out that they had another friend, Ergu, who could test the medicine. Hearing his name might be called, Qingyuelang fled in horror to save his life. A moment later, Tianmo Yudongzhe returned with 2 captured creatures, a fierce gray monkey and a bewildered green fish. Tianmo Yudongzhe carefully dripped a tiny piece of the pill into the green fish's mouth. Immediately, a colossal purple energy pillar erupted from the fish, its power soaring through multiple levels to everyone's astonishment. Xu He and Tianmo Yudongzhe broke out in cold sweat, amazed by the extraordinary effect from just a tiny piece of the pill. Snowy flashed a smug smile, while Tianmo Yudongzhe secretly acknowledged that his judgment of her potential was entirely accurate. The joy didn't last long before everyone screamed in horror as the fish's fins began to bubble and deform grotesquely. The green fish, after absorbing the pill's energy, mutated into a ferocious monster with legs, astonishing Xu He even from a distance. The fish monster continued to transform grotesquely, terrifying Tianmo Yudongzhe and Xu He, who were hiding. As the chaos subsided, Tianmo Yudongzhe and Xu He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the gray monkey had fainted from fear. Without hesitation, Tianmo Yudongzhe lifted the unconscious monkey and forced it to swallow the rest of the deadly elixir. A colossal surge of energy erupted from the monkey's body, leaving Xu He and Tianmo Yudongzhe stunned by a sight beyond their comprehension. The energy converged. The monkey's body elongated, gradually transforming into a human-like form in a forced evolution. Witnessing the monkey break through its power and transform into a human in an instant, both Xu He and Tianmo Yudongzhe couldn't believe their eyes. However, the transformation process abruptly stopped. The new human-like creature convulsed, then lay motionless, dead, from being unable to withstand the overwhelming energy. Seeing the deadly consequences she had caused, Snowy showed clear remorse and fear, while Xu He looked at her with astonished eyes. Tianmo Yudongzhe stepped forward, trying to explain the failed result, despite every alchemy step being correct, while Snowy and Xu He watched anxiously. Tianmo Yudongzhe examined the creature's deformed corpse, realizing this type of death by energy explosion had a disturbing familiarity. Amidst that, Xu He suddenly froze. His keen sense of smell detected a strange and alarming scent. To confirm his suspicion, Xu He leaned in and sniffed Snowy, making the white snake girl blush shyly. Xu He questioned Snowy about her cultivation technique, a sudden question that made Tianmo Yudongzhe behind him startle with a realization. Snowy innocently revealed that she was cultivating the Tianmo Gong, a truth that caused her to erupt with demonic energy, shaking the entire forest. Tianmo Yudongzhe completely collapsed, realizing that his core demonic cultivation technique had inadvertently been passed to a creature with a purely opposing spiritual root. At Tianmo Yudongzhe's command, Xu He retreated while Snowy began to circulate her cultivation. A surge of thorny red-black demonic energy violently erupted around Snowy, making Tianmo Yudongzhe realize the incompatibility between the Tianmo Gong and her wood spiritual root. After the energy subsided, Snowy innocently asked if she could continue refining pills, but Tianmo Yudongzhe strictly forbade her. Xu He approached and playfully whispered into Snowy's ear, encouraging her to continue and promising to find more cultivators to test the medicine on. Moved by the support, Snowy looked at Xu He with teary eyes, startling him, while Tianmo Yudongzhe looked at him reproachfully. As night fell, after coaxing Snowy to sleep peacefully, Xu He breathed a sigh of relief. To solve the resource shortage, Tianmo Yudongzhe made a bold proposal, promising to help Xu He break through his cultivation realm. Xu He dreamed of the power after breaking through, but was quickly pulled back to harsh reality by Tianmo Yudongzhe. Tianmo Yudongzhe revealed his plan by placing a spatial ring on the ground, hinting at a major heist about to unfold. He unrolled a map, pointing to the location of Zihe Sect's alchemy chamber and challenging Xu He's courage. The scene shifted to the majestic entrance of Zihe Sect under the night sky. The target of the raid had been identified. At the same time, at Ziyun Sect, a sect composed entirely of arrogant female cultivators, disciples were being introduced. The female cultivators of this sect practiced a special dual cultivation technique, using their beauty to attract countless admirers to offer treasures. This cultivation technique demonstrated terrifying power when a female cultivator easily caused a male cultivator to fall into chi deviation with just a hint of resentment. In the backyard of Ziyun's sect, Hua Yuntian humbly presented a treasure he had risked his life to find to a female cultivator. The female cultivator, Chun Hua, contemptuously threw the gift back, insulting Hua Yuntian for daring to dream of dual cultivating with her. From a tree branch, Tianmo Yudangja explained Ziyun's sect's wealth to Shuhei while Hua Yuntian walked towards the main building. Tianmo Yudangja revealed a shocking secret about the sect's founder, illustrated by an image of a cultivator radiating purple energy. Shuhei looked annoyed, dismissing the story and focusing on the practical matter of how to bypass the protective barrier. Tianmo Yudangja confidently waved his hand, summoning color-changing powder and a shrinking pill, demonstrating his plan. After a puff of smoke, Tianmo Yudangja transformed into a small, fluffy white dog, proudly showing off his adorable new appearance. Shuhei, with a disgusted expression, lunged and bit the dog's leg hard, making Tianmo Yudangja yelp in genuine pain. Tianmo Yudangje, in dog form, commanded Shuhei, who had now transformed into a trembling small green lizard. Outside Ziyun sect's main gate, two female guard cultivators, Nuan, and her fellow disciple, were startled by a strange sound. The two discovered the green lizard Shuhei bullying the white dog Tianmo Yudangje, which was rolling around and wailing miserably. Tianmo Yudangje secretly cursed Shuhei for overacting and biting too hard. The two female cultivators flew over to intervene, causing the green lizard Shuhei to quickly flee into the bushes. Nuan embraced the pitiful little dog with a compassionate expression, deciding to bring it inside for treatment. From within the bushes, Shuhei watched in astonishment as the two female cultivators easily carried Tianmo Yudangje past the sect's protective barrier. Embraced by Nuan, Tianmo Yudangje peeked open his eyes, revealing a sinister smile with glowing red eyes, showing that the plan had succeeded. Shuhei decided to use a snake-shaped puppet that Tianmo Yudangje had made for him to attempt infiltration in a similar manner. Just inside, Nuan and her fellow disciple were once again drawn by a rustling sound coming from the gate. Shuhei, in the form of a green lizard, was attacking a purple snake puppet to stage a play for sympathy. The plan fell apart when a sword suddenly plunged down, pinning the snake puppet to the ground, to Shuhei's astonishment. Nuan and her junior sister showed extreme disgust, ordering the elimination of both creatures they believed to be demons. Shuhei fled in panic as daggers plunged down around him, pinning the rest of the puppet in the arms of a female cultivator. Tianmo Yudangje, in the form of a small dog, realized the acting plan had failed miserably. To avoid detection, Tianmo Yudangje released a surge of dark energy, his body becoming blurry and invisible to the two female cultivators. Nuan and her junior sister anxiously searched for the little dog, unaware that Tianmo Yudangze's glowing red eyes were observing them from within a bush. Elsewhere in the sect, Tianmo Yudangze, now back in his small wolf form, stepped onto a glowing formation token, beginning to deactivate it. With an energy explosion, Tianmo Yudangze completely shattered Ziyun sect's confinement formation, holding a sound transmission talisman for communication. Underground, Shuhei received the signal, his body radiating golden light as he used earth-burrowing technique to rush towards the rendezvous point. Tianmo Yudangje pulled Shuhei out of the ground. Both reunited beside a detailed map of their targets. The map outlined a bold plan: raid the outer sect's Elixir vault, the inner sects, and finally, Ziyun Pavilion, where treasures were stored. Tianmo Yudangze ran forward, his tail wagging excitedly, while Shuhei watched with a suspicious gaze. As he passed a room, Shuhei was startled to hear strange sounds and saw the silhouette of a female cultivator through the curtain, mistakenly thinking she was being murdered. Tianmo Yudangje explained to the naive Shuhei that the female cultivator was merely enjoying herself, not in danger. Tianmo Yudangze lightly patted Xu Hei's head, offering a cryptic piece of advice about the fate of those who are infatuated. Tianmo Yudang Jia growled mockingly at Xu Hei, who responded with a disdainful look, rejecting the accusation. Inside a luxurious room, gasps emanated from behind the bed curtains, suggesting strenuous activity. Hua Yuntian, bare-chested, was embracing Yingling, who was expressing gratitude for his help in stabilizing her cultivation foundation. Hua Yuntian's eyes flashed with murderous purple light, vowing to find and eliminate the one who attacked him to quell his hatred. Underground, Xu Hei suddenly startled, sensing a familiar and dangerous murderous aura emanating from above. Tianmo Yudang Jia grinned sinisterly, praising Xu Hei's keen perception, while the latter was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Tianmo Yudang Jia pointed upwards, explaining that the scent of alchemy had leaked down here and warning of the presence of 2 elders on guard. A tactical diagram appeared, illustrating that Xu Hei would cause a commotion to attract the attention of 1 elder. The diagram continued, showing that Tianmo Yudang would seize the opportunity to take down the remaining elder, clearing the path to the Elixir vault. Tianmo Yudang ordered Xu Hei to act, simply needing to create a disturbance large enough to draw attention. Xu Hei, with a resolute expression, accepted the task, its body surging with energy as it prepared to infiltrate above. As it concentrated its energy, a faint image of Hua Yuntian appeared in Xu Hei's mind, and it immediately recognized its sworn enemy. Xu Hei emerged from a hole directly in the bedroom, staring at Hua Yuntian sitting on the bed, a new plan flashing in its mind. Realizing that Hua Yuntian was in a weakened state after his breakthrough, Xu Hei decided this was a golden opportunity for revenge. Xu Hei looked up at the ceiling, realizing the rock layer above was too thick, and destroying it would create a loud noise, ruining the element of surprise. Changing tactics, Xu Hei silently pulled out a dagger-sharp golden scale from its tail, preparing for a fatal and silent assassination. Xu Hei hid under the bed, cautiously assessing the situation as someone approached Yinling's room door. A mountain-moving sect cultivator named Xiao Chou confidently approached, offering a bowl of tonic he had prepared with flirtatious intentions. From inside the room, Yinling appeared awkward, asking Xiao Chou to leave the tonic at the door and depart. Xiao Chou tried to hide his embarrassment, lying that Hua Yuntian was teaching techniques to Yinling. In the hallway, other female cultivators giggled, openly mocking Xiao Chou's naive infatuation. From its hiding spot, Xu Hei realized this was the troublesome admirer it had been warned about, mocked by the female cultivators. Xiao Chou angrily turned and left in humiliation. With the obstacle gone, Xu Hei realized the perfect assassination opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, Xu Hei launched the razor-sharp golden scale from its body, aiming directly at the room. Inside, Hua Yuntian suddenly felt a deadly, murderous aura, and Yinling startled beside him. Hua Yuntian tried to react, his feet recoiling under the red blanket just before the attack struck. The golden scale pierced through the floor and the bed, stabbing directly into Hua Yuntian, making him scream in pain. Caught in the attack, Yinling watched in horror as her arm was injured, blood splattering. Xu Hei immediately cast Gravity Art, pressing down heavily on the enemy's defenses. An ice spell counterattack shot out from the room, but its power was weakened, only grazing Hua Yuntian's back. Injured and dazed, Hua Yuntian looked at Yinling in confusion amidst the chaos. Yinling collapsed to the floor, a black eye patch covering one eye, her mouth agape in pain and horror. Underground, Xu Hei irritably retreated after the failed assassination, deciding to abandon the mess and go meet its ally. Xiao Chou burst through the door, stunned to see Hua Yuntian sitting on the bed beside the scattered red blanket. Xiao Chou's face contorted with anger and anguish, and he let out a silent accusation aimed at Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian raised his hand in a panicked gesture, trying to explain the situation, in vain. Ignoring all explanations, Xiao Zhou clenched his fist, accumulating a destructive surge of energy to avenge the girl he loved. A terrifying explosion ripped through the building's roof, blowing away tiles and creating a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the rubble, Wang Lin, a white-haired elder, looked down at Yin Ling's corpse with an expression of utter shock and fury. From its hiding spot, Xu He observed the fierce confrontation, realizing its diversionary mission was perfectly accomplished. At the same time, in a quiet alchemy room, Luo Fei sat beside a massive cauldron, unaware of the presence of the demon wolf controlled by Tianmo Yudang. Luo Fei showed annoyance at the noise from outside, her irritation evident on her aged face. Tianmo Yudang, in wolf form, looked out the window with amusement at the chaos Xu He had caused. The wolf's paws flashed with dark energy. Tianmo Yudang, preparing to execute its part of the plan, targeting the precious alchemy cauldron. Luo Fei sniffed, caught a strange scent, and turned to look at the cauldron with suspicion, wondering if her senior sister was playing tricks behind her back again. She cautiously approached the massive cauldron engraved with yin-yang symbols, trying to find the source of the burning smell. As Luo Fei bent down to inspect, Tianmo Yudang, in wolf form, hid under the cauldron, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. To execute the plan, Tianmo Yudang, in wolf form, rushed into the alchemy room, unexpectedly pushing Luo Fei to the ground. With a sinister grin, Tianmo Yudang used its paw to firmly press down the cauldron lid, successfully trapping the panicked Luo Fei inside. Xu He arrived to rendezvous, immediately spitting a fireball into the cauldron to torture the imprisoned enemy. Tianmo Yudang nodded in approval, signaling Xu He to begin plundering the spoils. Xu He released energy, drawing all the elixirs and potion bottles in the room towards itself in a whirlwind. From inside the cauldron, Luo Fei shrieked in helplessness, her threats echoing in vain. To increase the pressure, Xu He continued to spew fire into the cauldron, reveling in the enemy's suffering. Suddenly, Luo Fei shattered the cauldron from within, her entire body erupting with purple energy, preparing for a destructive counterattack. Xu He panicked and tried to flee, but was held back by Tianmo Yudang, who grabbed its tail, preventing its cowardly act. To counter the threat, Tianmo Yudang summoned the Xuanhuang Bell, a massive magic treasure that enveloped both of them for defense. Both escaped together onto a rooftop under the night sky, leaving the chaos behind. At the same time, elsewhere in the sect, a female disciple urgently rang the massive alarm bell. The alarm bell reverberated, causing Tianmo Yudang and Xu He to halt. Realizing the plan had encountered a variable, Xu He showed extreme anxiety, sensing something ominous and wanting to retreat immediately. Tianmo Yudang ignored its companion's anxiety, leading the way to a pre-prepared teleportation array. Seeing Xu He still hesitating, Tianmo Yudang turned back, its red eyes questioning its hesitation. Tianmo Yudang pointed to a glowing teleportation array on the ground, explaining its meticulously prepared escape plan to Xu He. Xu He looked up at the demon wolf. Hesitation after the plan was interrupted, causing Tianmo Yudang to question its loyalty. In response, Xu He summoned a snake-shaped mechanical puppet, indicating its readiness to use it for battle if it couldn't trust its allies' plan. Tianmo Yudang remained calm, asking Xu He to provide evidence for its unease instead of relying solely on intuition. Xu He sweated, its eyes darting around, silently admitting that its fear was merely a premonition. Tianmo Yudang's train of thought appeared, revealing its true nature as a ghostly skull entity, one who always embraced risks to reach the pinnacle. The memories continued, showing its glorious yet tragic past, from a supreme existence to a wandering spirit after its body was destroyed. Back in reality, Tianmo Yudang lightly stomped its foot, seemingly deciding to trust Xu He's caution this time. Finally reaching an agreement, Tianmo Yudang and the mechanical puppet surrounded Xu He,